curious about BFME mods but don't know where to start? Or maybe you're someone a bit more experienced in the BFME modding world and really like comparing and contrasting how mods have breathed new life into these classic games. Whatever kind of BFME gamer you are, my BFME channel, The Dwarven Hold, has a few things to satisfy your curiosity. This series of videos is dedicated to analyzing the mechanics of the Battle for Middle-earth 2, its expansion, Rise of the Witch King, and the critically acclaimed Overhaul mod, Age of the Ring. I'll be comparing and contrasting ROTWK and AOTR specifically though, since AOTR is based specifically off of Rise of the Witch King more than BFME2, even while BFME2 and ROTWK share the same mechanics. But why compare at all? They are, after all, separate games with their own meta, player bases, and so on. What's the point? This is a fair question. I think that it's fair to say each of these games is its own separate entity, and that most players will probably not feel so inclined into such an analysis, feeling rather content with the game or games they know and love, and I have a great respect for such players. But there are many players who want to see new life breathed into these old but great games. Folks who have longed to see much more of both the books and the movies brought to life in a sprawling RTS game the likes of which we've yet to see. This is what the Age of the Ring offers. And there are scores of players who do not know what the Age of the Ring mod is at all, and just the kind of quality overhaul it offers to these games. It doesn't feel like a mod so much as the Battle for Middle-earth 3 we never got, so it's worthy of serious consideration for any player who loves the BFME titles. And one of the ways of seriously considering it is through comparing it to the games we've had for decades. It's really an all too natural thing to do. Why should I play this new thing when the original has been just fine, many folks will say. What can it really offer me? Does it really do X, Y, or Z better than A, B, or C of the originals? The overhauls the Age of the Ring mod implements go from graphics to voice work, all new factions and units, to the very mechanics themselves, offering a tight competitive game which attracts pro tournaments several times a year, while still welcoming casual gamers like myself to play how they want to play. My BFME channel, The Dwarven Hold, is dedicated to comparing BFME2 and ROTWK to the Age of the Ring mod, with a bit of other mods like the Dain mod thrown in where applicable. It's to shine a light on these games in ways I haven't seen anyone else out there doing. It's for players like myself who have wondered which is better, the vanilla games or the mods. I can't answer that question, but I can certainly explore it. For anyone like myself who never took the modding world seriously for a long time, this series of videos is for you, and something I wish I had long ago. I hope it scratches an itch for those curious about BFME mods in general, and certainly for those who want to know more about what the Age of the Ring offers but don't know where to start. So in this series of videos, we'll start with comparing the mechanics of these games and the attribute modifier or leadership system. I won't be looking at the code, but just what you'll see in-game, so don't worry about these videos getting too technical and in the weeds. As you follow along, you'll steadily understand just how widely different the system is in BFME2 and ROTWK compared to the Age of the Ring mod, and how the latter greatly streamlines and simplifies it. You'll see just how unnecessarily convoluted the system is in the vanilla games, how it constricts strategic creativity and freedom, especially in team games, and how the Age of the Ring system offers unlimited variety in styles of play for either solo players or team players. It truly is a difference of night and day. So without further ado, let's begin to compare the systems of these games. In the first episode of this series, we'll start with a simple introduction to the leadership mechanic of the vanilla game. What I call simply the leadership system doesn't seem to have a proper name. It's usually called the attribute modifier system or something to that effect. It's divided into 4 main mechanics: leadership, buffs, spells, and debuffs. There are 4 different modifier types to default damage and armor of units that, in the case of the first 3, boost those stats, or in the case of the last one, decrease them. Each of these mechanics works differently than the others in terms of how they are countered, how they stack with each other, how rare they are, costs, how long they last, their sources, and other factors. These episodes are to help establish the sharp contrast between the version of this system in the vanilla game and the massive overhaul implemented in its mod, the Age of the Ring, aka AOTR. Due to so many details in the whole system, we'll first look at just the leadership modifier in this episode. We'll follow it up in later episodes with the buffs, spells, and debuffs modifiers, covering just what works and what doesn't work on general units, heroic units, monsters, and heroes. To understand the leadership mechanic, let's look at how a cheap Tier 1 unit, the Gondor Swordsman, fares without it. This is a Tier 1 unit up against a Tier 2 unit, Angmar's Dark Dunedain. Neither side is upgraded and both sides are level 1. Notice that there are 10 units per battalion for Angmar, but 15 for Gondor. The Gondor Swordsman could barely touch the Dark Dunedain. 39 units of 40 remain. Now let's see how they do with, say, Aragorn and his leadership. It's a good time to note that leaderships are standardized across the board in the vanilla game, so no matter which hero you use, if that hero has leadership, it'll have the same stat boost as another hero. This is not the case at all in AOTR, but more on that in a later episode. Now, back to Aragorn buffing out his troops.
This is our time.
He provides a substantial leadership bonus that adds up with buffs and spells. It can be confusing or unclear when a leadership is implemented, though. Notice the gold glow around the feet of the Gondor troops indicating which ones are buffed. Let's see how effective it is on its own for a Tier 1 cheap unit against the advanced Angmar troops. Aragorn is programmed in this demonstration to stay back so as not to interfere with the battle. Throughout this series, this will remain the case. This is to allow for objective and clear observation of the leadership mechanics. There is a decent difference with Aragorn's leadership. 27 enemy units remain, as opposed to 39 without him. Angmar's Dark Dunedain are some of the toughest swordsmen in the game as a Tier 2 unit. Even Aragorn won't suffice. At a cost of 570 CP, their cost reflects their stats, as is always the case for all units. The Gondor swordsmen are only 250 at 60 CP. Now that we've seen the impact of the leadership modifier type, let's explore whether multiple leaderships stack at all, and touch briefly on how that compares with the Overhaul mod Age of the Rings modifier system. In Part 1, Section A, We took a brief look at the impact of heroes with leadership. In this video, we'll explore whether leaderships stack with each other, as it's been an assumed function on the part of many players I've seen for a long time. This is to help clear the air once and for all about the vanilla game. We'll also tease a little bit about how AOTR's leadership modifier works at the end. But what about adding other heroes? Let's see what happens with both Aragorn and Boromir.
We shall win this war.
The result is basically the same, 31 units, though up from the previous 27. Results like this are part of the flow of battle. The following is an important part of the leadership description. When you see this description for any hero with leadership in the vanilla game, it says the same thing. Notice the phrase stacks with buffs and spells. It does not say stacks with leaderships as well. Notice the phrase modifier type leadership. Leadership is a term that applies to the mechanics of select heroes and select structures, like heroic statues. So when you see the description not say it stacks with leaderships, no matter how many heroes and statues are in play, the outcome will always be only one leadership working, not any others. This is radically different in AOTR, as will be seen in a later episode. That leaderships don't stack in vanilla is due to a major design flaw in the code, but more on that later. But let's see this flaw in play all the same by throwing everything but the kitchen sink at the Dark Dunedain. Here you can see the Gondor troops are buffed by Aragorn, Boromir, Theoden, Faramir, a statue, Haldir, and Elrond. All of these provide leadership.
Waiting for orders. Fear the Iron Throne.
34 of 40 remain, up from the 31 units from before. As you can see, this flaw is a fairly serious one which AOTR fixes. So what exactly is so different about the leadership system of AOTR? Well, as a tease, here's a brief breakdown between the vanilla leadership system, as will be covered in the next few episodes, and AOTR's, as covered later in the series. In the next episode, though, we'll look at buffs at work and how they stack with leaderships. In this episode, we'll continue our look at the leadership system of the vanilla game, starting with buffs. Here we'll see much more clearly the problems inherent in the vanilla game's modifier system. Much of the point of this series is showing the unnecessarily complicated web of what modifiers work with each other and what do not, due to the poor design in the vanilla code. Because AOTR vastly overhauls and simplifies all of it, fixing the poor design in the process to make the game as fun and dynamic as the code actually allows it to be. But you can only truly appreciate the simplification once you've seen the problems and the state of the vanilla game. Notice where the description reads modifier type buff. This is a different kind of damage and armor boost than leadership. Only certain powers have this description. Another one is Elven Wood. Notice also where they state stacks with leadership and spells. This is different than the leadership description that reads stacks with buffs and spells. This difference is important. Much like with leaderships in Part 1, notice these buffs do not state they stack with other buffs. So if you use Rallying Call with Elven Wood, Tainted Land, Frozen Land, or War Chant, they won't stack. Remember in Part 1 how the result of just having Aragorn's leadership brought the Angmar troops down from 40 to 27 units. Let's see how Rallying Call looks alone. Here you can just see the blue-green effect of the enemy using Rallying Call on his troops.
Fighting has begun!
24 units remain, so roughly the same as just a leadership boost. Now let's see if a land buff stacks with Rallying Call.24 units, the exact same amount as before. Buffs of any combination do not stack, so time will not be wasted covering the others. This is a common error with players to combine them together, but it's only a waste. This concludes Section A. The next section will cover whether buffs stack in team games. It promises a few pleasant surprises that many players don't seem to know about, so stay tuned. In the last episode, we looked briefly at the impact of buffs in single-player games and whether or not they stacked in single-player games. In this episode, we'll dig deeper into the unnecessarily complicated web of the vanilla leadership system. by looking at Whether buffs stack in multiplayer games. This will continue to pave the way to better understand and appreciate the simplification of the whole system in the AOTR mod. In this demonstration, it was hard to capture the use of my allies' rallying call, but you can just see the AI use it on my troops here in this freeze frame. Then I quickly use Frozen Land. Here you see a stunning victory. 25 Gondor troops remain. Buffs can stack. The same holds true with combining Frozen Land with Elven Wood and War Chant, but there's some unfortunate design flaws with the other combos. Let's see what happens first with allied Elven Wood and Tainted Land, then allied War Chant and Rallying Call. Units remain. You can see the team roster is clear. Needless to say, this is one of the most unfortunate and problematic design flaws in the game when teaming up with either Mordor or Isengard. Now let's see Rallying Call allied with War Chant. It's a little tricky to see, but notice the red effect of my War Chant around the blue-green effect of my allies' Rallying Call. You can also see on the left side of the screen my War Chant is in cooldown, so you know it was used. "32 units remain. Now let's look at the last buff combo possible, allied Frozen Land and Elven Wood. 22 remain. As you've now seen, only select allied buffs stack, while others cancel each other out completely. Now, as a sort of addendum, let's see if allied heroes would work for stacking leadership, as allied heroes were not explicitly covered in Part 1. Here you can see I have Aragorn, with my ally having Boromir. "24 units remain. Remember in Part 1 that with just Aragorn there were 27 units, which did not really change from having another hero. Obviously, even having an allied hero makes no difference either. This is all part of the poor design in the code, which we'll get to later in this series. So let's do a brief recap of everything we've learned about buffs and leadership in allied games. What buffs stack in team games? Only Angmar's Frozen Land with any other faction's buffs, except Tainted Land. And then, only one of those can be active with Frozen Land to stack with, since none of the others stack with each other anyways. What buffs do not stack in team games? Any other faction's buffs with each other. While damage and armor stats will not stack, there are minor effects that will stack from these buffs. These include Frozen Land's slowdown effect on enemy troop movement speed, Isengard's version of Tainted Land having the pillage ability for your own or allied troops, and Elvenwood's fear effect nullifier. And lastly, it should be noted that even allied heroes do not stack leaderships, just as in single-player games. Now that you've seen what buffs can stack, the next episode will explore whether buffs can be nullified. In the last section, we took a look at what buffs stack in multiplayer games. In this brief section, we'll cover some similar ground, clarifying on what buffs can be nullified and what it looks like when they cannot. I've seen many players think they can cancel out various buffs, only to be sorely mistaken. It's part of the mechanics of the game, as too many in the player base don't seem to fully understand or appreciate. But so often it can cost a player or a team of players the game, so this video will help to clarify this issue. This is also important to know for those who wish to know more about the Age of the Ring mod, as the mechanics are almost the same. Differences will be touched on at the end of this video, but more fully explored later in this series. All too often, I see players try to cancel out an enemy player's buff like Frozen Land with Tainted Land by putting the one over the other. But this is also a waste. Both buffs will remain active in the same place at the same time, but there are exceptions to this rule. Other land buffs that do not cancel each other out are Frozen Land versus Elven Wood and Frozen Land versus Tainted Land, so for brevity they will not be shown. The only ones that cancel each other out are the Elves' Elven Wood and Isengard's Tainted Land. Here is the Elven Wood buff. You can see the gold glow for the buff. Then Tainted Land, and now the glow is gone, but the red player has it. Now let's see Tainted Land cancelled by Elven Wood. So timing is crucial. It's usually best to wait until the enemy casts his land buff first. These are the only buffs able to be cancelled out. Even War Chant and Rallying Cry cannot be nullified. For the sake of time, we won't cover the others here. It's enough to know they are not nullified. Buffs that are not nullified are War Chant, Rallying Call, Frozen Land versus Tainted Land, and Frozen Land versus Elven Wood. No buffs stack with each other in single-player games, and the only nullifiable buffs are Tainted Land versus Elven Wood. All other buffs remain active in the same place at the same time. In single-player games, buffs stack with only one leadership at a time, and with spells, but do not stack with each other. As mentioned at the beginning of this episode, to appreciate the overhaul and simplification in AOTR of the leadership system, you have to have seen the problems in vanilla. So what does AOTR's buff system look like? Here's a tease, but this will be shown much more in Part 6. This concludes the material on the buff modifier type for the vanilla games. Part 3 of this series will focus on the spell modifier type. This is a modifier that never gets much use in the vast majority of games I've played with players, and I've never seen even one game in which anyone has ever stacked spells in the vanilla games. This is drastically different in the Age of the Ring mod, in which there can be more spells in one faction than all spells from all factions combined in the vanilla games. So in the next part, we'll cover the viability of the spell modifier type in the vanilla games, exploring whether it's worthwhile or overshadowed. In Part 2, we looked at what the buff modifier type is in full. In this episode, we'll begin to cover the spell modifier type. We'll go over just what damage armor related spells stack, just how few there are, and how hard they are to stack, and whether they're even worth stacking at all. Let's take a brief moment to look at Dain's spell. Notice where it states modifier type spell and active debuff. The spell part is what we'll focus on here. This is one of the spells stating that it stacks with buffs, leadership, and other spells. Not all spells explicitly state this, but this is how all spells work. So this ability of King Dain's will stack with any hero's leadership and one buff, like Rallying Call, War Chant, Elven Wood, Tainted Land, or Frozen Land. It's important to notice these descriptions when strategizing in the game, otherwise you can waste good combos. Now, let's see Rallying Call stack with Boromir's leadership first, then Dain's spell. 11 enemy units, down from the 24 to 27 units with just the one active leadership or buff from parts 1 and 2 of this series. So as you can see, stacking buffs with leadership is actually very effective indeed. Now let's see Dain's spell with Rallying Call. It should be noted again that their two leaderships do not stack, so only one is active now. Victory at last! As you can see, this leadership buff spell combo can effectively turn your tier 1 cheap and non-upgraded units into tier 2 units, all without even upgrades. The leadership system, even in vanilla, cannot be underestimated. In section B, we'll look at how effective stacking spells themselves can be, how hard they are to stack, and whether they are even worth stacking in the first place. In this episode, we'll take a look at one of the few spell combos in the game. There are only 4 heroes in all of the vanilla game that offer spells: King Dain, Glorfindel, Theoden, and Morgomir. Of those 4 heroes, only 2 of them can affect any non-hero and non-heroic unit in the game, and each of the other 2 affect only specific kinds of units. So the range of spells in the vanilla game is very small, and the combo is quite limited, though powerful. While spells are easily overshadowed in the vanilla game, and even more so spell combos, they are a worthwhile study. More so, their obscurity lends far more weight to how much more relevant they are in the Overhaul mod Age of the Ring, which is not restricted in any sense of the word. So the next few episodes will be focused on the limited spell combos of vanilla. There are only 2 heroes in the whole game that have spells which affect any non-heroic unit: Glorfindel and Dain. Thus, you have to have a team game to have such a combo, and it would likely end up being late game to access those spells, as both heroes are very expensive and their spells are high level. So let's just see them stack real quick. You'll see the fire effect from Dain and a sparkle effect from Glorfindel. It's quite a powerful spell to use, judging by its description. We already know from earlier in this series how effective Dain's ability is, but how would it actually perform in conjunction with Glorfindel's Starlight? Here we continue from previous parts with the 4 Gondor swordsmen, level 1 and non-upgraded, but this time the 4 battalions of Angmar Dark Dunedain are level 1 and fully upgraded. We already know just how hard they are to take out from parts 1 through 3 when they're not upgraded, so let's see how this fight goes. With both Dain's and Glorfindel's spells, You want to wait until the two forces are fully clashing because of the time limit, the debuff from Dain's spell, and the stun effect from Glorfindel's spell. Remain of 60. Quite an effective leadership buff spell combo for the cheap Tier 1 troops against fully upgraded Tier 2 enemies. Remember at the end of Section A when it was just King Dain against the non-upgraded enemy? So this new result, even while not seeming like much in terms of numbers, is fairly staggering, and could very well have been a bit better. Still, were all enemy troops to have moved in at once, and the buff and Dain's ability activate at the same time as Glorfindel's Starlight stun effect. But again, this combo can only be gotten from a team game of one player playing dwarves and another elves, not exactly what you would call expedient. In the next video, we'll take a quick look at how effective the next combo of stackable spells is: Dain, Theoden, and Glorfindel, as this will cover the only spell combos available in vanilla for cavalry. In this video, we'll take a look at the only spell in the game that is focused on only cavalry, Theoden's Glorious Charge. We'll take a look at how powerful it really is on the occasion someone has a team game in which everyone can coordinate to use it to its fullest with the only other two heroes capable of stacking spells with it, Dain and Glorfindel. Theoden is another rare hero with a spell, but his only works on cavalry, and only non-heroic cavalry at that. His spell does stack with Dain's and Glorfindel's. Again, it would take a team game of 3 players playing men, dwarves, and elves to get this stack. Again, a very powerful spell. Even the dwarf battle wagons get buffed. So let's see how effective it can actually be against cavalry. Here we have Tier 1 cavalry and the Gondor Knights versus Angmar's Tier 2 Snow Trolls. The Knights cost 450 and 70 CP, and the Trolls are 650 and 78 CP. Stats are reflected in their costs. Both are level 1 and non-upgraded. The Knights are 10 per battalion for 40 units total. The Trolls are 6 per battalion for 24 units. Let's go! 21 units remain. Very tough cavalry. Now let's see the 3 spells from Theoden, Glorfindel, and Dain at work. But this time against fully upgraded trolls.
Together, knights, come! Knights, swords, knights of Men of Gondor!
You can't ask for a more perfect victory than that. Not only were no units killed, but no damage was done, and they even gained a few units from leveling up. But as with many buffs and all spells and spell combos, they never last very long, usually only about 30 seconds tops, so you have to time them properly and select the best targets. So let's take one more look at the power of this spell combo against an undefended fortress and against fully upgraded Uruk-hai pikemen. With the pikes, it's even more relevant given they are the worst enemy for cavalry to encounter, by far. Let's once again keep in mind the cavalry are basic Tier 1 cavalry, level 1, and are not upgraded at all. So let's watch.
This will be a day to remember!
Evil has spread across these lands.
My bearded friends! Swords, riders, and bowhand! Clear and target! Bring it down! It's a great day for the people of Rome! Quickly now! Rally together, knights! Men of Gondor! Rally together, knights! Prepare for battle! Let us draw swords together!
Evil has spread across these
Must
lands.
us Rohirrim! Let us draw swords together! Attack! Ride! Men of Gondor! Rally together, knights! Men of Gondor! Riders!
This is a pretty stunning victory. Basic Tier 1, Level 1, and non-upgraded cavalry would normally be utterly wiped out by pikes under normal circumstances. No contest at all, especially if the pikes were upgraded fully, like they are here. Imagine what this kind of combo could do against a much larger enemy force, or if you could time it right, when entering the enemy's base, the kind of structural damage possible. Lots of possibilities for spell stacking in general, not just this combo. As incredible as this combo is, it's still very inexpedient to get. Now let's see the last hero spell roster, in Angmar's hero, Morgomir. In this last section on the spell modifier type, we'll look at the last source of damage armor related spells that comes from a hero, Angmar's Morgomir, and the only damage armor related spell in the whole game that does not come from a hero, Mordor's Darkness. We'll finish the video with a recap of everything in part 3. Now, let's look at what Morgomir is capable of. According to its description, it adds 25% damage and armor to only Dark Dunedain units. As you can see, Morgomir's spell is the most specific of all spells. It works only on the Dark Dunedain Swordsmen and the Dark Dunedain Rangers.
We rule the forest. Waiting for orders.
I will be your guide.
Now let's fight. Here we have the 4 battalions of Dark Dunedain, non-upgraded, level 1 against a horde of 8 battalions of fully upgraded Gondor swordsmen. 120 Gondor troops against 40. Let's see what happens. +1 Gondor troops remain of 120. Dark Dunedain troops are good, but not that good on their own. Sweet revenge for Gondor, though, for all the times they've been humiliated in this series. But let's see how well the attribute modifier system does for the Dark Dunedain when they have Dain, Morgomir, and Glorfindel stacking their spells on them. Yet another perfect victory, and yet another inexpedient combo. As you can see, spells are extremely limited in usage in the vanilla game. There is, however, one other spell worth mentioning, but it doesn't come from a hero. Mordor's Darkness spell works on any non-heroic unit in the game, but this is just another example of how it would need to be a team game with those other factions to stack. As you can see, the Darkness spell is a very powerful one that can affect all allied units across the map at the same time, and for a good deal longer than any other spell in the game. Stacking this with the few hero spells in a 4-player team game expertly coordinated could quickly spell doom for your enemies. Darkness is the only spell in the game like this which operates like a weather buff modifier type. Now let's see how well the Dark Dunedain perform when they have Morgomir, Dain, Glorfindel, Darkness, Dain's leadership, War Chant, and Frozen Land all working on them. They all stack. The Dark Dunedain will continue to be non-upgraded, but now against 240 fully upgraded Gondor troops. Let's rock and roll! 16 plus 3 Dark Dunedain of 40 survive against a horde of 240. A pretty stunning victory, but only if you and your 3 other allies can all coordinate. Now, let's take a moment to recap everything, since it is a lot to take in. These are the only sources of damage and armor boosting spells in the whole game by faction. Mordor, 1. Darkness. Dwarves, 1. Dain. Angmar, 1. Morgomir. Elves, 1. Glorfindel. Men, 1. Theoden. Goblins, 1. Darkness. Isengard, 0. These are the only max damage armor spell combos in the whole game. Cavalry, Theoden, Glorfindel, Dain, Darkness. Dark Dunedain, Morgomir, Glorfindel, Dain, Darkness. General units, Dain, Glorfindel, Darkness. Obviously, the variety, while hard to get in the first place, leaves something to be desired. As a tease for the AOTR overhaul, what does the variety of spells and spell combos look like per faction? Too many to count, and there are typically more spells and spell combos per faction than there are in the entire vanilla game. This lends players to far greater creativity and opens up a far wider range for dynamic play, especially in team games. Some important spell types and combos worth mentioning though, which are unique to AOTR and thus not in the vanilla game, are damage and armor related leaderships, buffs, spells, and debuffs, which affect structures, heroes, and heroic units. Unlike in vanilla, heroes and heroic units are not impacted by only sight, speed, or range buffs and fear effect resistance. And AOTR's structure boosts will satisfy any turtle player, especially if you're playing as Gondor, but more on that later in the series. I'll cover this in an appendix video on just structure armor buffs. But due to the sheer variety, the AOTR section won't cover them all as here. This was merely to draw attention to the severe limitation of spells in the vanilla game, which can quickly be overshadowed and outright unused altogether, especially team game spell combos. In AOTR, great detail is placed on their effective and relevant use throughout the game, but more on that later in the series. Next, I'll explore the last modifier type, the dreaded debuffs. In this video, we'll come to the last modifier type of the leadership system, debuffs. In some ways, much of what is discussed in this video could be confused for spells proper, so I'll clarify on that as best I can. It should be noted up front that this subject will be trickier to follow than the other modifier types, so take it a little slower. We'll look at several different kinds of buffs, like active debuffs, which include weather debuffs like freezing rain and blizzard, or hero abilities like Dain's Mighty Rage. Other debuffs are passive debuffs and passive nullifier debuffs, which come from heroes like the Nazgul. So without further ado, let's begin. Two debuffs should be noted at this point, since they could be confused with spells. Two spellbook powers, Isengard's Freezing Rain and Angmar's Blizzard, operate like spells. Notice where they say active debuff. They can only nullify leadership and active debuff weather powers. They cannot nullify spells or buffs, like the hero and land powers we've shown earlier in this series. Actual spells cannot nullify other actual spells or buffs. Let's demonstrate. Here's Rallying Call. But notice the gold glow remains with the purple haze of the debuff. The buff effect of Rallying Call remains, but the debuff only affects the default damage armor of the unit. Same with Freezing Rain being placed over Tainted Land. As you can see, Freezing Rain is not a spell, though it can be confused as one. Angmar's Blizzard is the same, so we won't cover that here. Also, Freezing Rain and Blizzard can be nullified by other weather powers, like the Sunlight power for men, or even opposing players' own Freezing Rain or Blizzard powers. This is why in their descriptions that Freezing Rain and Blizzard are qualified as active debuffs and not spells, as spells proper cannot be nullified, but active debuffs can. But only weather-related active debuffs can be nullified, not other active debuffs, like from Dain's spell we explored earlier. Here, Dain has it active. See the fire below his troops and the purple haze over mine. But while Freezing Rain debuffs his unit's default damage and armor and his leadership, his spell itself remains active. We have shown this spell before, but it bears further exploration. Dain's Mighty Rage is a unique ability, in that it is both a spell and an active debuff. And like the active debuffs we've shown, it does cancel enemy leadership while debuffing default damage and armor. While discussing active debuffs, one little addendum should be noted: Mordor's Darkness spell. We explored earlier in the series that no spell can be nullified or cancelled. However, while Mordor's Darkness power is qualified as a spell, it can be nullified by other weather effects, like Freezing Rain, Blizzard, and the Sunlight power. Here, we see Mordor's Darkness spell in use on the blue enemy. Now the gold glow under them is replaced by the purple haze of the active debuff. But this is the only exception to the rule that spells are not able to be nullified. No other spell can be cancelled out. Conversely, it's also the only spell that can cancel out a debuff, albeit only a weather-related active debuff.
The lawful host is ready.
So as you can see, Mordor's Darkness spell is quite unique in the way it plays off of debuffs. In the next section, we'll look at the last kinds of debuffs, passive debuffs and passive nullifier debuffs, like those which come from the Nazgul, and prepare for finally getting to AOTR's overhaul of the whole system. The last part of the series is passive debuffs, including passive nullifier debuffs. There's ultimately not much more to be said, as they work much the same as active debuffs, except with no time limit, of course. Notice where it says passive nullifier debuff. This means that the hero takes away enemy leadership and debuffs default damage and armor. Notice how the gold glow of their leadership from Aragorn completely disappears, even with Aragorn present. This is very different from normal passive debuffs that come from lesser heroes or units, like Morgomir. So the passive nullifier debuff is the one that nullifies enemy leaderships. Normal passive debuffs, though, don't. They merely debuff default damage armor of an enemy, whilst a leadership buff would be active. Here, you'll see that Morgomir does not remove the gold glow of Dain's leadership, but only debuffs the default damage and armor. The passive nullifier debuffs obviously do more debuffing than the other. The most crucial difference about both passive nullifier debuffs and normal passive debuffs from the active debuffs explored earlier is that there is nothing to nullify them at all, except killing those units. It should also be noted that while you can use debuffs in conjunction with the leadership buff spell combo to debuff the enemy troops while buffing your own, the debuffs do not stack with debuffs, even in team games. Everything is a technical issue to do with definitions, but important to understand when you need to try to counter the enemy's boosts, or when you need to stack your own. Otherwise, good combos and counters can be wasted. This can be confusing, so here's the breakdown of sections A through B and the upcoming section C for clarification. 1. Weather-related active debuffs cancel only leadership and other weather debuffs. 2. Hero active debuffs cannot be cancelled, but can cancel leadership. 3. Spells cannot be cancelled except for Mordor's Darkness by only weather debuffs. 4. Mordor's Darkness spell is the only spell to cancel weather debuffs. 5. Passive debuffs and passive nullifier debuffs cannot be cancelled except by killing the heroes with them. And 6. Debuffs of any kind do not stack. What's the debuff system like in AOTR? AOTR's debuff system is, generally speaking, about the same, but with one major difference. Debuffs stack without limit, either passive nullifier debuffs or normal passive debuffs, or even active ones. This can make for some very interesting good versus evil games especially, in particular if a player is playing Mordor. But more on that later in this series. The next section in this series will clearly show the impact debuffs can have in a battle. In this video, we'll take a look at the impact debuffs can make in the heat of battle to determine just how effective they can be, especially in relation to their mechanical opposite, the leadership modifier type. We'll start with looking at the effectiveness of Tier 2 swords against overwhelming Tier 1 swordsmen to set the stage, moving from there to how leadership can turn the tables, and then just how effective debuffs can be to turn them again. Here we have the classic standoff of the Gondor swordsman against the Dark Dunedain. As before, both sides remain non-upgraded and are level 1, but there are 8 groups of Gondor swordsmen against 4 Dark Dunedain, so 120 troops against 40. Let's see how effective the Tier 2 Angmar troops can be. Dark Dunedain remains standing, a very powerful swordsman unit indeed. Obviously the Gondor troops need some help with these guys, in spite of outnumbering them so much. Aragorn's leadership should suffice. An unbelievable turnaround. Leadership by itself, apart from the hero with it participating in a battle, can make all the difference in unit performance. But how would its mechanical opposite do, the dreaded debuff, when in opposition to it? We'll look at one of the most powerful of them all to decide.
We're under attack! Cut them with fire! Please, first! Away! Keep ranks. Fear the Iron Crown. Waiting for orders, sir. Fear the Iron Crown.
A near perfect comeback, 40 of 40 Dark Dunedain. What little they lost in the battle was quickly gained back by them leveling up and getting a few troops back. As you saw, the Witch King's debuff, the passive Nullifier kind, almost completely sapped Aragorn's effect on his troops. Only the outliers remained unaffected, being too far out of range. And the Witch King's debuff of default damage on top of the canceling of the leadership only added fuel to the fire. Passive Nullifier debuffs should not be trifled with. Even a normal passive debuff from a lesser Nazgul would have made a good turnaround, even being unable to cancel leadership. It should be a priority of any player to remove such a source from play as quickly as possible. This concludes coverage on the debuff modifier type. We've now covered all the bases for how all modifier types work in the vanilla game, but we need to see one more demonstration to see the full dynamic play of all of them. After that, we'll finally move on to the Age of the Rings overhaul of the system. This video is the penultimate episode to this series, a companion video to the next and last video, Part 6. These are meant to be viewed side by side to see an accurate and close comparison of the full dynamics of the leadership system in play. This video will show everything possible to be done with it at once in the vanilla game. The next video will show all modifiers relevant to the battle for just one faction though. This might sound a bit disappointing on the surface, however it is anything but. AOTR offers so many modifiers more per faction than vanilla that it's necessary to showcase only one of the factions. As for this video, all possible active modifier types will be shown from all factions possible, which includes all leaderships, buffs, spells, and debuffs that are possible to stack in the radius of a battle at one time, and to be active in a team game. In this video, the one exception is Theoden, since this demonstration is just for swordsmen and not for cavalry. This might sound overwhelming on the surface, but as we've explored in previous videos, the vanilla game just does not offer much variety in this way at all. Here's a good way to describe what I'm trying to get at. For example, in vanilla, while you could have in play a fortress with banners and a heroic statue, along with a hero with a leadership, all near each other, none of the leaderships would be stacking with each other, even though all would be active. So only one hero with leadership buffing out troops will be shown in this demonstration, not any of the structures just mentioned. These battles are to showcase only the active modifiers possible that can stack with each other at one time in the small radius of a battle, which is to say, as I've said before in the series many times, only one leadership, one buff, one debuff, and X number of spells, up to a total of 5 spells possible. Showing this full dynamic in this way will draw attention quite powerfully to the massive difference found in AOTR, to be seen in Part 6, the final video in this series, and help you to understand all the differences of the system between the two games at once. In these matchups, we'll see something a little different than what we've seen previously in the series. We've already seen what they're capable of previously before, so let's up the ante. This time we'll have 8 battalions of Gondor swordsmen, non-upgraded, against 4 battalions of fully upgraded Angmar troops. And we've seen in Part 4, Section A, the impact of debuffs, how effective the Tier 2 Angmar troops at taking out the same amount of Gondor troops when the Angmar soldiers are not upgraded. To balance the scales a little bit, the Gondor troops will have Aragorn's leadership, Glorfindel's Starlight, Dain's Mighty Rage, Mordor's Darkness, and the Elves' Elven Wood. However, the Angmar side will also have War Chant, Frozen Land, and Morgomir's Dark Glory spell. What's more, Morgomir will also be using his normal debuff to debuff my troops. It will not take away Aragorn's leadership, but it will still do a substantial amount of debuffing. The purpose of this video is to see the full dynamics of the leadership system, minus Theoden's glorious charge, for just swordsman versus swordsman to keep it simple and clear, following up on and finishing everything that came before in this series. You'll see things happen very quickly for both sides, so let's give a brief rundown. I am playing the Men of the West and am allied with Mordor, Dwarves, and Elves. My opponent is Angmar, allied with just Goblins. What you'll see happen on my side is Elven Wood and Dain's Mighty Rage, followed up pretty quickly with Glorfindel's Starlight. I'll actually be in control of my Dwarf ally's hero, King Dain, and my Elf ally's hero, Glorfindel, so as to be able to show their spells and use myself, but my Mordor ally will be independent as you would expect. Mordor's Darkness will cancel the Goblin's Darkness immediately. You'll see Rallying Call available, but it will not be used because it cannot be active in stack with Elven Wood. Aragorn is buffing in the middle with his leadership. On the enemy's side, you'll quickly see them use War Chant, Frozen Land, and Morgomir's Dark Glory all at once in the very first second or two of the game. Remember that War Chant is active in stacks with Frozen Land, an unfortunate imbalance in the system. But my ally cancels out the Goblin's Darkness spell with his own to tip that balance just a tiny amount. It should also be noted, Morgomir will be debuffing my troops. I won't use the Sunlight spell as it would go against the purpose of this demonstration, which is to use only the modifier-related abilities, spells, buffs, etc. The Sunlight power is not one of them. So without further ado, let's see what happens. Only 30 Gondor troops of 120 remain. Had my Mordor ally not used darkness, we would have lost. Timing a weather power is crucial, especially up against a powerful foe like Angmar's Dark Dunedain, but so is knowing which weather power to use. If I had decided to overturn my ally's darkness with my sunlight power, the Angmar troops would have won the day. Angmar's troops are tough and were hard to stop, with even Dain's mighty rage debuffing them for a time. Morgomir's normal passive debuff was doing a number on the buff I got from the Darkness spell. The Darkness spell gives a 25% boost to damage and armor recall, and Morgomir debuffs the same amount. But even if I had as my ally Isengard instead of Mordor to use Freezing Rain to debuff them longer than Dain's debuff could last, the outcome would not have been much better. Only a handful more troops would have survived. With weather powers, you typically want to wait until your enemy casts his first so as to cancel it out. In many pro games, I've seen it to where no player uses weather buffs at all for fear of the enemy getting the upper hand, and now you can see just how much of an upper hand one can give, and why it can be so feared. Angmar would have had me without a weather power. Now, let's see the impact having the Witch King on the field can make, even in spite of all the buffs and spells arrayed against his smaller force. This time, I will have an Isengard ally instead of Mordor. He will use Freezing Rain to try to debuff the enemy, but the enemy's Witch King will be debuffing my troops and nullifying their leadership. We'll see both sides debuffing for the whole match, rather than just Dain's ability debuffing for a fraction of the time. So this will be a fascinating study. Again, Angmar will be fully upgraded. Let's see how it works. One unit totally tipped the balance. The Witch King is a powerful unit indeed to be able to contend with so much arrayed against him and win the day, at least in respect to the leadership system. Not only did he cancel out Aragorn's leadership, but his substantial debuff nullified much of the boost to the Gondor troops from the Elven Wood buff and the two spells. Even the sunlight power would not have availed much in this situation. Even Mordor's darkness instead of Isengard's freezing rain would not have helped enough. I lost a large percentage of my boosts when Aragorn's leadership was cancelled. The darkness spell would not have compensated for that, as a large percentage of that boost would have been taken away by the Witch King's debuff. He is a fearsome adversary indeed. As regards both sides debuffing, this is a tougher thing to see, as there is a good deal of asymmetry involved in this matchup. You might think that because the good side has so much more going for it that it would win out even with the Witch King, but what ultimately tips the scales back on it is the removal of Aragorn's leadership. What's more, though, is that while Freezing Rain does nullify leadership modifiers, the enemy doesn't have any leadership modifiers to remove in this matchup, and Freezing Rain cannot cancel out the buff, spell, or debuff modifiers, only greatly decrease their damage and armor boosts. As great as Freezing Rain's decrease of those is, though, the Witch King's is better, 33% versus 25% with Freezing Rain. Naturally, in this matchup, the battle would not be over, but that's not the point in this demonstration. It's only to show clearly how only the modifiers work apart from heroes contributing physically to the combat as well. It's tricky to understand in the heat of a battle, so I hope that this last demonstration helps to push away any remaining doubts, now that you've seen all modifiers at the same time. So why explore so much about the severely limited variety of stackable spells and the intricacies of how spells, leadership, buffs, and debuffs work and cancel each other, etc.? Simple. It's to introduce the sharp contrast to AOTR's massive overhaul to and simplification of this whole system. AOTR takes a far more dynamic approach to their usage, not limiting each faction to one damage armor spell as in vanilla, nor even limiting the sources of them to just heroes and spellbook powers, but including non-heroic and heroic units as sources of them, and heroic units being able to be affected by them. As if that were not enough, even structure damage and armor can be boosted by some units, leaderships, buffs, and spells in AOTR, and stack for the ultimate turtle player. So why can't we stack heroes' leadership to get the same or better results on a permanent basis, rather than relying upon short-lived spells, buffs, debuffs, and spellbook powers here in The Rise of the Witch King? Simple. It's a flawed design in the code. Leaderships will turn on for one hero for a few seconds, then turn off, then a second hero's leadership will turn on for a few seconds, turn off, and so on. Furthermore, buffs will simply replace one another, same with debuffs. It's why all leadership values are the same as each other, and why all buff values are the same as each other, and why bigger debuffs like the Witch Kings override smaller debuffs instead of stacking, as you'd expect two modifiers with different values to do. So in the vast majority of games, players are handicapped in vanilla to one leadership and one buff to boost damage and armor, and maybe get one spell, depending on the faction played, Isengard having no spells of course. Hoping for more than that, given the severe limitations of spell combos, is almost pointless given how it would take considerable coordination between team players to pull off. Needless to say, the handicaps imposed on leaderships, buffs, and debuffs is unfortunate. Versatility suffers, and the approach to factions to differentiate them from each other in terms of the modifier system feels repetitive and uninspired. And it limits teamwork. So this unfortunate design puts players into a bottleneck for strategic options and limits creativity and dynamics of play. It lacks depth. While Vanilla's modifier system isn't this way because of a bug, it certainly performs like it is because of a bug, what with leaderships flickering and buffs replacing one another. Such severe limitations for the sake of simplicity is not a good trade-off when compared to the possibilities like we're about to see in the Age of the Ring mod. It makes each faction feel like you've seen it before and keeps them from being thematically unique. As for the aforementioned limitations in the code, all it would have taken was but a changing of only a single line of code for each modifier type to free up the whole system. Doing something so simple, players would have been able to combine many leaderships, buffs, and debuffs in either single player or in team games. For all they were set on making a modifier system of simplicity, the irony is that Vanilla's developers let these lines of code be changeable at all, thus letting modifiers stack. The limitations are not hard-coded in. So the very code itself of the modifier system can allow for versatility, creativity, and better teamwork, all by changing just those few lines in the code. The Vanilla's developers left all this, and the incredible potential it holds on the cutting room floor is difficult to understand. Luckily, Age of the Rings developers saw this potential and fixed the flawed design of the code. The next part in this series will finally begin to cover in detail the AOTR overhaul of the whole system. This is the final video in the series, so we're going to go out with a bang. We haven't dealt much with the AOTR overhaul, so rather than show a lot of videos telling about the small stuff, we'll do one epic battle showing it. We know enough about the system at this point that the time for half measures is over. Let's roll up our sleeves and get ready to rumble. quickly set the stage with the new units involved before diving right in. Here we'll be using Gondor's beginning game swordsman unit, the Clansmen of Lamedon, against Rivendell's upper tier Elven swordsmen. You'll notice they have a powerful damage boosting ability they'll use accompanied by blue flashes, which is their default magic damage. Very powerful unit. Stats are reflected in their costs. "37 units remain. Not surprisingly, the clansmen could barely touch these higher tier units. Now, let's turn to the full dynamics of play of AOTR's leadership system. Immediately, we see a big difference. Here you will see 4 different structures with 4 different leaderships, all stacking. This is precisely how the vanilla game would look in terms of the full dynamics of the leadership system, where there are no imposed limitations in the code. Red represents the Dol Amroth citadels, purple the statue, blue the fortresses, and green the lone towers. All of these are all the structures in the Gondor faction which have leadership, so all leadership-centered structures are being used to maximize this demonstration. As you can see, the structures have been carefully placed on either end to cover 2 battalions and a little more, but any overlap of the same structure does not stack, as no 2 same structures stack leadership, just like with no 2 same heroes. You can see a small gap in the middle where the 2 blue fortress radius circles do not overlap. This is to have the fortresses far enough from the edge of the troops to allow for the best flexibility of movement for them in the battle, while still maximizing on their leadership radius. You'll see, however, there's only so much which can be done with AI. Regardless, the small radius of the rallying call buff will be placed there to help compensate. All structures' arrow fire has been either disabled, or where they could not be disabled, the glowing statues at the top and bottom of the screen draw their fire. Here you can see the enemy elves walking safely around all of these buildings to show they cannot harm them. This is to keep the modifier test's integrity intact without interfering with the battle, so you'll see only the leadership system affecting the clansmen. This applies, of course, also to all heroes and support units on either side. They will remain outside of the battle proper. Only the clansmen and the elves will battle. And here is the line of our primary unit to keep track of during the battle. No other unit will join the battle. And not only are the building's leaderships all stacking with one another, but they stack with all the heroes' leaderships, and, as you shall see, all of the spells and buffs to be thrown around in this battle. Here are all of them that will be in use. These are all of them that can affect our primary units, the Lamedon clansmen. You'll find that there are 18 total modifiers in play. 9 leadership modifiers, 2 buffs, 3 spells, 1 debuff, and 3 abilities which are not listed as any of the above, but which are actually spells. Of all of these, it should be noted that several of them are experience boosts, which stack with one another, not damage and armor boosts. And you'll see this dramatically in action as our primary units max out their levels quite fast, which in turn will give them their own armor at level 4. Denethor's Stone of Anarion ability isn't actually necessary in this battle, as it only takes away enemy leadership, and the enemy doesn't have any leadership modifier at all. It's used regardless to show the additional representation of what you can do with the system in its full dynamic, as it is in this specific demonstration. Take a quick look at the rest. The 18 modifiers previously discussed are only about half of the total of the faction, though. There are actually 32 in total. While they won't be used in this demonstration, they're still important to know they are in the faction, so as to give a better understanding of the full dynamics possible in this faction. So let's take a quick look at the ones not used. So there are 14 total modifiers in this faction which will not be used in this battle. 7 leaderships, 3 spells, 4 unlisted, but which are actually spells. Boromir's Captain of the White Tower leadership affects Tier 2 Honorian swordsmen, also known as Soldiers of Minas Tirith, pikes, and archers. So it does not affect our primary unit, the clansmen. As for Denethor's Contest of Wills ability, I could have used it, but it's only used against heroes, and the enemy heroes are not in the combat at all. So it would have been irrelevant to the nature of this battle, demonstrating the system's effect on units, not heroes. As in the vanilla matchup, cavalry were not included for the sake of simplicity and clarity, so cavalry leadership will not be represented here in the AOTR matchup either, as found in the heroes of Imrahil and Faramir. Elite archer leadership also will not be represented, as found in Faramir as well. Neither will hero leaderships that buff fellow heroes, as is found in various heroes like Pippin, Forlong, Baragond, Elisar, and Denethor. The other remaining modifiers that will not be used in this battle are structure boosts. You'll see the Fountain Guards use their Ardent Defender's ability, buffing out structures, but that aspect of their ability will not actually come into play in this demonstration, even though you'll see the white tree symbol over the structures being buffed in this battle. Only the debuff and troop healing aspects of their ability will come into play in the battle. The only hero for the faction who buffs structures is Baragond, who is not relevant to this demonstration and so will not be in the battle. But Gondor does have the Stoneworker structure to boost structure armor as well, but it also is not relevant to the battle. Not including these modifiers in this demonstration is to keep things clear and simple. It's enough to know that they are in the faction to give a taste of everything the faction can do with the system. Otherwise, all leaderships, buffs, spells, and debuffs are represented for the Gondor faction as pertains to what can be used on our primary unit. It bears mentioning that these are the total that can be active in the same confined radius of a battle for this faction. This doesn't include the much higher number for team matches, which is many times more this. In these matchups, we're going to have something of an inverse of what was presented in the vanilla matchups. This time, we'll have the 4 battalions of Lamedon clansmen up against 8 battalions of the Rivendell swordsmen, all fully upgraded. We've seen how hard it is for our primary unit to take down one of them without upgrades. Let's see what happens against 2 fully upgraded battalions. Gondor will have no allies, so as to show all of the active modifiers of just this one faction. This is to draw an even sharper contrast against the total active modifiers of the 4 allies in the vanilla matchups. The Rivendell enemy will have 1 ally, Mordor. You will see them using the faction's 2 Black Riders. Unlike in the vanilla matchups, though, there will be no weather buffs used for either side, so as to emphasize the impact of so many modifiers stacking at once, and how their counterpart debuffs play such a massive role in countering them. In this way, it should be noted that just like other modifiers in AOTR, the debuffs of the Nazgul do stack. This will be very important later. So without further ado, let's watch how it all pans out.
To the death!
Hit the enemy! Our lands are under siege!
Our blades are at the ready. Shoulder those swords. Clansmen, move out.
A substantial victory for these Tier 1 non-upgraded units against twice their number with far more power, proving the AOTR leadership system's dynamic nature to allow for many different strategies and styles of play. And as you saw, this dynamism offers many times more leaderships, buffs, spells, and debuffs for one faction than several together in vanilla. It should be noted that it is unlikely for any player to stack these structures in this way or similar ways due to the way battles typically go, but also simply because all of these structures are made to be support structures, with maybe 2 or 3 together in the field. Regardless, it drives the point home rather nicely. After all, the point of this video is twofold. It is not to show an all-out knockdown, show-stopping brawl. No, rather, 1, it is to show all that can be done with the leadership system for one faction buffing out just one unit, and 2, to show that with the right leadership, buff, spell, or even debuff combo, you can turn even the most middling Tier 1 troops into upper tier juggernauts. You can do it with one faction, as seen here, but it's especially well done in team games, as you can now well imagine based on all you've seen in this series. The flexibility and ease is far more capable than the severe limitations imposed on the vanilla system to do so even in team games. It's just unfortunate that this dynamic could have easily been accomplished in vanilla, but was decided against. This large battle is a bit of an exaggeration, but it still drives the point home that with creativity, resourcefulness, and teamwork especially, you can successfully strategize using cheap, weak beginning game units even into the late game against overwhelming odds, and consistently use them at virtually all times, not just limited time periods as seen in vanilla with the time limits of buffs and spells. In AOTR, with the amount of heroes with the leadership modifier running around, especially with structure leaderships, you can make a veritable super trooper force anywhere as long as they last. So this video is to show clearly what you can do with just boosts helping you, apart from heroes or other support aiding in the fights firsthand through physical combat. Now let's see one more demonstration to show the effect just one of the most powerful units in the game, the Witch King, can make on the outcome of even the most carefully planned strategy. This was a complete rout. Couldn't even finish activating all my modifiers, and all enemy units remained alive. Now, of course the battle wouldn't be over. The Witch King force would be hard-pressed against such an array of heroes, structures, etc. But again, that is not the purpose of this battle. Effectively, what just this one hero did would look like this in terms of what modifiers were active, or at least not debuffed to the point of being useless. Needless to say, Gondor and other factions reliant upon heroes and modifiers can have a very hard time against a faction such as Mordor. So long as the Mordor player prioritizes keeping the Nazgul protected, victory comes much easier. This defeat goes to show that one unit with the passive nullifier debuff, like the Witch King, cancels out any and all nearby leadership modifiers simultaneously, regardless of whether those modifiers belong to a hero or a structure. The Witch King is not the only hero who can do this, by the way. And with his debuff stacking with one of the Black Rider's debuffs, all the buffs and spells opposing them are nullified dramatically, if not completely, against these two mere debuffs stacking. You'll notice that Gandalf's Rekindled Heart's anti-debuff was used alongside the Fountain Guard's Ardent Defender's ability, which has a debuff to enemy units. But even with those powers used early, they could not make enough of a difference against the Witch King. But the Witch King's debuff, recall, does not nullify the buff or spell modifiers, only the leadership modifier. But there simply weren't enough buffs and spells to compensate for all the lost leadership modifiers proper due to the two Nazgul stacking their debuffs against them. This is one of the strengths of Gondor, and simultaneously its weakness when up against the right faction, like Mordor. Gondor carries the game with so many heroes with leaderships that it can struggle a great deal against the many debuffs Mordor has, especially if the Mordor player incorporates the Flying Fell Beasts, because then that player can debuff from the skies. Something to keep in mind for any players relying on factions for their heroes, like dwarves. You may be wondering how a higher tier unit may have done in this situation. I tested the highest tier swordsman for Gondor, the Anorian swordsman, also known as the Soldiers of Minas Tirith, in the same matchup with very similar results. Even with their shield wall ability, they held out for only a little bit longer, doing a small amount more damage, but were quickly overrun. It goes to show you that with proper forethought, just one unit really can make a big difference. Now that we've seen so much on the dynamics of play in this series, let's take a step back to view it from a fresh perspective for just a moment. AOTR provides extra incentive to turtle players and the more aggressive. The vanilla game is more oriented towards the aggressive side, not leaning so heavily on the merits and rewards of base building. In this way, AOTR feels more organic, real, and involving, and brings the War of the Ring to life in ways the vanilla game just can't offer due to the limitations imposed by its flawed design. The difference is truly night and day. The way AOTR plays out allows the player to experience the various people's story and struggles in the War of the Ring in a more tactile, visceral way that genuinely reflects their story in that legendary war. I hope you've enjoyed this rather extended series, and that you had as much fun watching it as I had making it. Good luck and have fun. Maybe we'll see each other on the battlefield and you can use this knowledge against me. In this appendix video, I'll take a little extra time to more clearly show how the Age of the Ring mod's debuffs stack, as well as compare a bit more directly how BFME2 and ROTWK's land buffs work compared to AOTR's, since I never really showed this very clearly, only talked about it. It's good to see such things in a video after all. So let's first delve into AOTR's debuffs. We'll set the stage with our new units, Mordor's Black Uruks and the Dwarves' Iron Hills Warriors. The Black Uruks are Tier 2 units, which don't have any special bonuses going for them in this fight and are not upgraded either. They cost 460 CP. They will go up against some of the toughest units in the game, the Iron Hills Warriors. The Dwarves' Iron Hills units are Tier 3, cost 700, and require a whopping 100 CP. Furthermore, while they are not upgraded either, they automatically come with heavy armor, and they have a level 1 passive debuff ability that debuffs enemy armor by 20%. While this debuff only works on attacked units, really that's all that matters in a melee fight like this. So let's check this out real quick. 27 of 30 dwarves survive. Not surprising at all. Now let's up the ante a little. We'll add one black rider to the ranks of Mordor. You'll see that just like in BFME2, they have a debuff while on horseback. Like all previous demonstrations in the main series, this hero will be programmed to not attack so as to keep this demonstration clear. Let's watch. This time 20 dwarves survive, down from the last time which was 27 without any debuffs. So there's a bit of an improvement, but there's obviously a ways to go. So let's check out another addition to the party, the Witch King himself. You'll notice here that his debuff value is slightly different from the Black Riders, which allows it to stack. Were I to have used 2 Black Riders, their debuffs would not stack because they are basically the same, but from a quote-unquote copied hero. Now let's see the result of the battle. Dwarves of 30 survive this time, getting better. But what would it take to finally wipe the floor with these guys? How about we add one last debuff for Mordor, the Morgul Vanguard. You'll notice that like the Witch King, the debuff value is different than the others, but you'll also notice it does not state whether it stacks with other debuffs or not. This is important. In a previous patch, this unit's description read it could not stack with other debuffs, and unfortunately, still reads as this on the AOTR wiki page as of this video being recorded. Hopefully this will be corrected soon. So let's watch how devastating this debuff combo can really be in the current 8.3.1 patch. A staggering turnaround for the Black Uruks. 32 of 36 survive and even gained a few units from leveling up. As you can clearly see, Mordor has a lot riding on its debuffs in the Age of the Ring mod, which can almost completely counter other factions' buffs, especially if they rely a lot on their leaderships, since the Witch King can cancel leaderships completely, as we saw in Part 6. As you can see now, the Age of the Ring mod can do some fairly incredible things with debuffing that the vanilla game simply cannot. And like with the other modifiers explored in the main series, it gets even crazier in team games, since almost all debuffs from different sources stack. Coordinate with your team members just right, and keep those pivotal heroes alive for the win. Now let's take a brief look at how land buffs operate in the Age of the Ring mod, since I didn't cover this at all in the main series. There are some differences worth showing. Remember how in the main series I showed that in both BFME2 and ROTWK there is an incredibly annoying feature. If you have a team game in which a good faction is allied with an evil faction and you both cast Elven Wood and Tainted Land in the same place, they cancel each other out. And in ROTWK, if you're playing as Angmar, the Frozen Land buff actually stacks with Elven Wood or Tainted Land, creating a rather odd imbalance in the game. To make matters worse, Frozen Land also stacks with Rallying Call or War Chant, but Elven Wood or Tainted Land cannot stack with War Chant or Rallying Call, thus giving team games with an Angmar faction a rather unfair advantage over those that do not have one. While in the Age of the Ring mod, you'll see that in allied games there are no more land buffs canceling each other out. Land buffs now stack properly, as they should. Notice that while the allied Tainted Land deletes the trees of the Garden of Athelian Power, the golden circles beneath the troops indicating they're being buffed by them remains. However, land buffs have a bit more to them than even this in AOTR. For some factions, these buffs are specific to only certain units, like with Dol Guldur, which you can see specifically states it only works on that faction's units.
What manner of fool contests our might? The enemy is beyond my sight.
Notice there are no golden circles beneath my troops. The dwarves are my enemy here, so are being tapped. As you have seen now, between the debuffs and land buffs alone in the Age of the Ring mod, there are plenty more dynamics to have fun with than in the vanilla game. This appendix video will cover what modifiers affect heroes and heroic units in the vanilla game, touching briefly on the differences in AOTR. First, it should be noted that while a hero's spell stacks with another hero's leadership, that no leadership or spell or buff will boost another hero's damage or armor. That kind of boost only works on non-hero units. Only speed or sight-related spells work on either heroes or heroic units. We'll demonstrate this in a bit. In AOTR though, select leaderships, buffs, spells, and even debuffs all affect heroes, depending on the faction. Damage and armor buffs for heroes are unique to AOTR and play a big role. Now let's demonstrate each modifier's effect on both heroes and heroic units at once, starting with the leadership modifier. Here we have many heroes of the game that provide leadership, and alongside them we have all the heroic units of the game. Let's see which ones actually buff them. You'll see sparkles over them if they do. Okay, so none of those. What about these? King Dain buffs all heroic units, but not with damage armor boosts. He only grants resistance to fear and terror. If he granted a damage armor boost, there would be a gold glow underneath. It says only orcs get buffed by Gothmog, but... It does buff them, the fear and terror resistance. They are minor modifiers to their leadership, and effective only in rare cases, like with Gandalf the White. Now, let's see how spells affect them, starting with Mordor's Darkness. There are only 2 spell modifiers in the whole game that affect heroes and heroic units, but let's cover the ones that do not work first. Regarding the Darkness spell, once again, its description states it works on all ally units, but no heroic unit gets any visual indicator showing them being buffed. Darkness does not work on them. Let's try Dain's spell then. It also says it works on all ally units. But nothing. Let's try Glorfindel's Starlight spell. It also says it's for all ally units. But only the non-heroic sorcerers get the buff. No heroic units are affected by the actual buff itself. Here we have the heroic unit Knights of Dol Amroth. Theoden's spell works on only cavalry, but nothing. Let's look at the Elves' Farsight spell. Success! Although it only increases attack range and unit sight radius, but it says it stacks with buffs, leadership, and other spells, and any hero is affected by this spell, one of only 2 in the whole game to do so. Notice the only one not affected is the Fire Drake monster unit. Remember, monster units are not affected by spells or buffs, only rare leaderships. What about Isengard's Palantir spell? Another success, but this one only boosts speed while clearing the fog of war in that area. The heroes are again affected, the only other spell to affect heroes. Once again, only the Fire Drakes are not affected. Only one buff modifier works on heroes and heroic units in vanilla, but again, let's just go through all that don't work first. Let's try Rallying Call. Nothing. War Chant? Nothing. Let's look at the last buffs now. Elven Wood, Tainted Land, and Frozen Land. Frozen Land only works on the non-heroic sorcerer units. Tainted Land? Nothing. And lastly, Elven Wood. Elven Wood actually works on heroic units, the only buff to do so, but only for its fear and terror resistance, not damage and armor. No debuff works on any heroes in the vanilla game at all, and only a fear or terror based side effect of the passive nullifier debuff works on heroic units. Let's show what does not work first. Let's start with Dain's active debuff, which we covered a bit in the main series. Once again, nothing. It should be noted that this one active debuff is representative of any active debuffs in the game. For more on active versus passive debuffs, see Part 4 of the main series. Isengard's Freezing Rain is also representative of all weather-related active debuffs, like Angmar's Blizzard. Let's look at it now. Weather-related debuffs also do not work on heroic units. Lastly, what about passive debuffs like the Witch King? He also will be representative of all passive debuffs, including passive nullifier and normal passive debuffs, like from Lesser Nazgul. See Part 4 of the main series for more on the difference. Some do back away, a sign they are affected by part of the Witch King's debuff effect, like fear or terror, but they are not actually debuffed. So let's recap what leaderships, spells, debuffs, and buffs actually work on heroes and heroic units in the vanilla game. It should be noted up front that for leaderships, buffs, and debuffs, that those offer only effects on heroic units and are not modifying their attributes at all the way modifiers typically do, as with damage and armor boosts. The spells are unique in that while they don't modify damage or armor, they do modify speed, sight, and range. Now, what affects heroic units? Leaderships and buffs? Only fear and terror resistance, no damage or armor boosts. Spells? Only sight, speed, and range, no damage or armor boosts. Debuffs? Passive debuffs? Fear effect only, no actual damage or armor debuffing. Active debuffs, no effect whatsoever. What modifiers work on heroes in vanilla? Simple, only sight, speed, and range spells, nothing else. So why take so much time to explore all of these effects on heroic units? Well, much like I discussed at the end of Part 5 in the main series about vanilla's modifiers in general, everything in this appendix video is to introduce a sharp contrast between the vanilla game and AOTR's Overhaul on heroes and heroic units. And unfortunately, the boosts that affect them are hardly impactful at all. Sight and speed spells certainly have their place, but if that's all that these units can use, it doesn't realistically add up to much at all. Same holds true for fear and terror resistance. Furthermore, the descriptions for many of the leaderships, buffs, and spells state clearly that all allied units are impacted by the damage armor boosts, when this is clearly not the case at all. Needless to say, this is very confusing to players such as myself, who had for a long time assumed these units were affected by such boosts to damage and armor. The same holds true for many descriptions in AOTR though, to be fair, but it is clearer in many other descriptions. Now, as I've said before, AOTR heroes can be boosted quite a bit by various spells, leaderships, and buffs, affecting both damage and armor, and even by debuffs. AOTR is not limited to just sight and speed buffs for heroes as in vanilla, or for heroic units for that matter. Now let's take a brief look at how it works in the Age of the Ring mod. In AOTR, it's much more dynamic while also being faction-centered, and sometimes even centered on sub-factions within a faction, and sometimes just on certain units of any faction to the exclusion of others, and then in only specific ways. Take Elrond, for example. His leadership states clearly that allies near him are buffed and get the experience boost, but when he gets nearby these specific units, only some are affected. But this leadership effect may not even buff the damage or armor of certain units, but rather just provide the experience boost. What makes this more complicated than in vanilla is that there is an additional class of unit in AOTR not found in the vanilla games, known as the semi-heroic unit. Such units are very powerful tier 3 units. They are often limited in how many of them you can have on the field, like heroic units, but do not go higher than level 5. The Khazad Uzbadul are one such example, which you can see Elrond's leadership affecting now. Another great example of how specific AOTR's system can be is Gondor. With Gondor, you can have the sub-faction of Dol Amroth with its specific units from that geographic area. The leader of that group of units is Prince Imrahil. You can see here that he buffs out only certain troops with his passive leadership. The units to his immediate right are the heroic units called the Swan Knights, very powerful cavalry. Remember from earlier in this video that in the vanilla games, Theoden, the only hero in the vanilla games who has a spell affecting cavalry, could not affect the Knights of Dol Amroth, which are the equivalent of this unit, and not with his leadership either. Prince Imrahil, on the other hand, can affect them with his leadership and one or two abilities. To make matters a little more interesting, consider how the Return of the King summon works just by itself versus how King Elisar himself affects the troops. This summon can have a powerful leadership buff impact if timed right for any and all troops nearby. It stacks with his own leadership too, but watch what happens when the summon buff fades away. You can see he affects the heroic Fountain Guard units in the top left corner, but not the Swan Knights with his leadership. Both units are heroic units, and he doesn't impact the Watchers of Karna heroic unit in the top right for the ROTWK faction, nor the semi-heroic Beorning unit at the bottom for the Mirkwood faction. But he does impact the Khazad Uzbadul semi-heroic unit for the Dwarves. Heroic units can also buff out certain units in AOTR, like the Veterans of the Last Alliance heroic unit for the Rivendell faction, buffing out the Khazad Uzbadul for experience gain. This unit doesn't impact only semi-heroic units, of course, but also normal units.
Do you seek our counsel?
And like Imrahil, Mirkwood's hero Grimbeorn only affects the Beorning semi-heroic units, which operate like a sub-faction for the Mirkwood faction.
Keep a steady pace.
Leaderships now also impact heroes in AOTR, a feature completely absent in the vanilla games. You can see the description for the Nazgul and the Witch King state they buff one another out. However, you'll note there is no special effect indicating this, like a symbol floating over their heads or a gold circle beneath them or something. So you gotta be mindful in cases like this. This is the exact opposite for other units like the Khazad Uzbadul, who have a special ability that buffs nearby heroes. You can clearly see the shield icons floating around Elrond and Imrahil.
We must act now.
Dol Amroth is at your command.
For spells in AOTR, they can sometimes operate on a more specific level like leaderships, even when saying they are not so limited. Take Mordor's Darkness spell for instance. You can see it says it affects all allied units, but only affects the Khazad Uzbadul semi-heroic unit again in this whole roster, but not the semi-heroic Beornings. Other spells like Boromir's only affect certain semi-heroic or heroic units even when stating targeted friendly units. AOTR, buffs operate pretty much the same as the other modifiers. You can see the Khazad Uzbadul are once again the only ones impacted by the Garden of Athelion land buff. You can even see the sparkle over their heads indicating they are immune to fear and terror. But the classic Rallying Call buff still does not affect any of these heroic or semi-heroic units.
This power belongs to all men.
As for debuffs, like in vanilla, the heroic units are still not impacted by them, while semi-heroic units are. Notice the leadership golden circle is also removed by the Witch King. But there are some other very strange ways debuffs work. Watch how the Witch King will take away the experience boost leadership from the veterans of the Last Alliance on the Khazad Uzbadul, but it will not remove the leaderships given by Imrahil or Grimbeorn on their units. Overall, the Age of the Ring system for how modifiers work on semi-heroic and heroic units is ultimately too specific to put in a handy overview page. You just have to try them out per faction and see for yourself. Regardless, it's a refreshing change of pace from the vanilla games to see these great units finally being able to be impacted by modifiers. In these respects, AOTR is the BFME Overhaul, which in and of itself takes the whole BFME franchise to new heights and makes it feel like the successor to the original games we never got before. This appendix video will aim to show how in AOTR you can buff out heroes with other heroes. This feature is not something to be found at all in the vanilla game, but plays a great part in AOTR. To do this, we'll look first at just the Gondor faction, given we've utilized them so much in the series, but the faction also has some of the greatest number of these sorts of hero-to-hero buffs of all factions. To settle in, though, let's first look at our protagonist in this little video, Pippin himself. He has a surprisingly powerful ability, Blade of Westernesse. Quite a nice little nod to the books, being the weapon he held through much of the story, and a feature sadly not included in the vanilla game. We'll have him up against a Black Rider in a one-on-one matchup, so let's just see how he manages.
We are warriors of the Shire! Be gone!
They have attacked!
I need help! Little help here? Mr. Pippin has fallen!
Poor little Pip went down fighting. With his Blade of Westernesse, he surprisingly took the Black Rider down almost to half health, but the fight was about what you would expect of the brave little hobbit against one of the 9. Now let's look at the Gondor heroes who will be buffing him out. We will be using 4 heroes, Denethor, Forlong, Elisar, and Baragond. Imrahil is just there to watch. Here are the abilities to be used. Denethor's Contest of Wills, Forlong's True Heart, True Friend, and Elisar's Hands of the King. Baragond's Sacrifice is a hero buff of sorts, but not in the same sense as the others, so will not be used in this fight, but it's a great example of what the system is capable of in AOTR. Notice how it causes the Black Rider to flee and then to sit still, stunned. It gives my hero the option to flee, or keep fighting if the fight was a close call to victory or defeat. So without further ado, let's see our heroes lend their aid to our brave Hobbit hero. As always in this series, they will be programmed to stay back so as to preserve the integrity of the battle, so you can clearly see how impactful the hero buffs are.
For Tuckborough and
Your left
Buckland!
hand you would use as a shield against Mordor, and with your
What
right
can
you
I
would
do
use
for
upon
you?
me.
I'm wounded!
We can give Frodo this chance if we keep Sauron's eye fixed upon us.
I'm over here!
They have attacked!
A strong victory for our little hobbit hero. It's a good way to show what the Gondor faction is capable of on its own for buffing out heroes. Certainly one of the strongest factions for this kind of support. But as great as this victory is, we can always shoot higher. So let's see how he does against the Witch King. But we'll use another one of Pippin's abilities, Troll Bane. While the massive damage boost won't work on the enemy, the knockback resistance will be important, as you will see.
You think I can't fight?
Our forces are under attack!
A little help here?
Pippin has fallen!
This matchup went about as you would expect. Poor little fella. But what about heroes buffing him out? We're going to need to bring in some allies for this fight. We'll use the staunch dwarves. For them, we'll use both the Reign of Oakenshield heroes and Reign of Ironfoot ones. We'll use only the heroes whose abilities affect hero stats, of course. So we'll actually have 2 ally players, but I'll be in control of their heroes so as to showcase all their abilities and the timing required to pull off something like this in proper teamwork between 3 players. For the Reign of Oakenshield player, we'll use Bard's Black Arrow. While it does do some damage to the enemy, it is very minor. I even kept him at level 1 to keep the damage as low as possible. The damage won't make enough of an impact to interfere with the integrity of the matchup, though. We'll also use Balin's Counselor of Kings. For the Reign of Ironfoot player, we'll use Thorin III's Stonehelm ability, and King Dain's Mighty Veteran. While it isn't a hero buff, it will be used to make a powerful point about how powerful that ability is with proper teamwork. A heroic unit included for both Reign of Ironfoot and Reign of Oakenshield is the Khazad Uzbadul unit. This is a great example of how even heroic units can buff out heroes in AOTR. We'll be using the unit's passive ability, Staunch Defenders. You'll see a little purplish shield icon floating around Pippin, and all nearby heroes for that matter. I could have used King Dain's King's Messenger ability, but it would have been unnecessary for the battle, to say nothing of how it doesn't actually perform as a modifier. Bard's son Brand also has a Black Arrow ability like his father, but I didn't need to use it during the battle, keeping him around just to show the ability, but its armor debuff would have stacked with Bard's. So without further delay, let's see all this in action.
Faithless is he who says farewell when the road
Tell me
turns.
again why I came.
Back some little stiff. I just
A substantial victory for the Fool of a Took. Taking on the Witch King takes some heavy support for the little guy. Now imagine what you can do with even tougher heroes in actual battles with enemy heroes. One thing to note before the end of this video is King Dain's healing ability, Mighty Veteran. He is a powerful hero in that any heroes nearby would be healed and have their abilities fully recharged. Remember that, and you can go a long ways to victory. If I had placed all my heroes in such a way that his ability affected them all, Pippin could very well have taken on a second Witch King. Even more so given that I didn't end up using Gondor's healing spellbook power. And if you noticed at the end, that ability of Dain's allowed Pippin's Trollbane anti-knockback resistance to refresh. Without that, Pippin would have lost this fight. Buffing out heroes in AOTR doesn't stop at just default damage and armor either. It extends into all other damage types: magic, poison, elemental, structure, and some miscellaneous kinds of damage like bleeding damage. Buffing out any of these just enough can allow you to one-shot even the toughest hero or fortress. Let's take a look at poison damage first. This is Wormtongue's default poison damage. So not overly impressive. Now let's see a devastating attack against King Dain. We'll add a new hero to the mix this time, Thorin Oakenshield. Who knew early game heroes like Wormtongue could be so valuable? And this can work against any hero. Let's see bleeding damage though this time. We'll look at Mordor's early game hero, Gorebag. Bleeding damage is a lot like poison and is not found in the vanilla game.
Don't make me test your loyalty.
Now let's see the full stack. Once again, early game heroes going above and beyond. These buffs work for another similar damage type. I'm not sure what exactly it's called, but certain heroes can do heavy damage which can keep draining enemies' health over a short time. However, against heroes, it doesn't really work so well because of their healing capabilities. But as you can see, this damage does stack. So with this kind of damage, it would take a bit more to do a one-shot kill than either poison or bleeding damage, but in the midst of battle, it would still come in handy quite a bit. Now let's take a look at a very different kind of damage. The Nazgul of Mordor have the ability Black Breath, which deals an area of effect kind of damage for a little bit. Now you would think that having 2 black riders doing the same thing would be basically double whammy, but watch. As you can see, no difference at all. You have to wait for the one black rider's ability to go into cooldown for the other ones to make a difference. However, if you buff one of them out, you can potentially one-shot a small army. You can also buff out some big magic attacks like the Witch King's Nuke. Here it is without buffs. Such a cool new ability not found in the vanilla games. But as cool as it is, it can get better. So let's buff it. Nothing quite like a good old-fashioned nuke to brighten your game. However, it does not work on all abilities like this. Gandalf's nuke is a good example.
We must stay together.
We sit back while others claim what is rightfully ours.
The king under the mountain.
What should we do? We must act quickly.
But you can stack out normal magic attacks for a great one-shot kill. Can't do that in vanilla. And last but not least, there's structural damage, which is covered in greater detail in Appendix E, Structure Buffing and Debuffing, where I break down how much more easily you can destroy structures with structure debuffs, like with what Hathod here has. But for now, we'll use this other ability that does heavy structure damage. Let's see the default damage. As you can see, from little Pippin taking on the Witch King to one-shotting heroes and fortresses, team play is revolutionized in the Age of the Ring mod. There are countless more opportunities for creativity than in the vanilla games to keep your matches fresh and engaging. As I said previously, Gondor is just one of the leading factions in terms of how many hero buffs it has, but most factions have one or two at least, and the newest faction, ROTWK, offers one unique in the whole game in which its top fortress ability will permanently buff out most of its heroes. It doesn't work on team players' heroes, but regardless, team players can further buff out the faction's permanently buffed heroes from that fortress power. A neat little feature to be sure. Now compare this versatility and variety to what's offered in the vanilla game. No hero can be buffed at all in the vanilla game. Not by units, heroic units, heroes, or even leaderships, buffs, spells, or debuffs. AOTR offers so much in terms of the modifier or leadership system versus the scant offerings of the vanilla game, especially with teamwork. It really is night and day, a great way to show the story of the characters and their struggle during the War of the Ring. In this appendix video, we'll look at a somewhat obscure but important aspect of the modifier or leadership system, stacking boosts that increase experience or XP gain for normal units, heroic units, and heroes. In other words, we'll see modifiers that make all these different kinds of units level up fast. We'll look at both the vanilla game and AOTR, starting very briefly with the vanilla game. We'll look briefly at vanilla because, simply put, you cannot stack experience in the game at all for any unit type. This goes back to what we explored in the beginning of the main series, that no leadership modifier stacks, and this includes experience stacking. Here we have 4 heroes in the Men of the West faction. All read the exact same thing for their leadership descriptions, offering plus 50% experience gain for nearby units. As in parts 1 through 5 of the main series, we'll use the basic Tier 1 Gondor swordsmen, but this time up against themselves. Unfortunately, there is no way to show only experience boosts apart from having damage and armor boosted as well, so as to show the impact experience boosts alone can make, but this actually works to the advantage of this video, as you'll see a marked difference when we get to the AOTR section later in this video. So let's watch the matchup. As you can see, the troops only go over level 2 at most, which is certainly more than if they did not have any experience boost at all, but you can see it does not stack for each of the 4 heroes involved. But even the 1 experience boost does not work on heroic units at all, and for heroes, there is no experience stacking whatsoever either. Now let's turn to AOTR. Let's first start with a normal swordsman unit. We'll work with an already familiar unit from part 6 of the main series, the Lamadon Clansmen, but we'll have them up against themselves this time to show clearly how impactful experience stacking can be, as the matchup will be even without any advantage of one side over the other. We'll use just one hero, Gondor's hero, Forlong. He is a beginning game hero who offers only experience boost leadership for these troops. The clansmen count as fiefdom units. No damage or armor boosts here. Let's see how this goes. Of 60 enemy units remain. As you can see, experience boosts don't necessarily go a long ways on their own in a 1-for-1 matchup, especially with a relatively low percentage of boost like Forlongs. Ideally, you really need to have a somewhat higher number of troops than the enemy, or stronger troops than the enemy, or stack the boosts. Here we'll use Prince Imrahil and Gandalf. Gandalf provides a pretty significant boost in experience gain, and so does Imrahil with his inspiration ability alone, but together, a massive experience stack. To keep the fight from having any damage or armor boosts, I'll remove Imrahil from the sphere of influence, as he would buff out the clansmen in that way. But he'll use his inspiration experience boost ability before leaving the area. Gandalf provides no damage or armor boosts though, so he'll stay nearby for the experience gain. And we'll keep Forlong with him to show the full stack. Let's see how it goes with just experience stacking. "23 of 60 units remain for my clansmen this time. The experience stack alone, without any damage or armor boosts, almost perfectly turned the tables on my enemy. As you recall, the enemy had 24 units before. But you'll notice that my troops are all level 4 and 5 from this encounter, and with this specific unit, this is a big advantage to them because they get armor at level 4. As you can see, this is a powerful difference from what the vanilla game has to offer with experience boosts. Recall from the beginning of the video that even with damage and armor boosts included, the Gondor troops of that game only made it a bit higher than level 2, and with 4 heroes behind them. Experience boosts alone make a big difference in performance in AOTR. Just one more reason to strategize carefully for exceptional stacking of modifiers. Take this experience gain into consideration whenever you use virtually any hero with leadership, as most heroes have the experience boost with them. Even many structures like fortresses with banner upgrades or heroic statues have this, and all stack with hero experience boosts. Try luring the enemy into certain areas where you have structures with such leaderships and heroes. As mentioned before, though, normal units are not the only ones to be affected by experience stacking. Heroic units are as well. Let's see how Gondor's Swan Knights do with experience gain against another host of Lamedon clansmen, just to keep it simple and quick. They don't gain much experience from early game units, so this will be all the more impactful later. Let's watch.
Knights of the Silver Swan! Rest out! This way, Lancers! Now take them this way! Rally together, Knights! Knights!
As you can see, the one battalion of Swan Knights didn't even get to level 2, while the other just barely got past the level 2 mark. Now let's see how they do with just Imrahil and Gandalf's experience boosts. Imrahil will be used in the same manner as before.
Heed my words, men of Gondor. Move on.
Ride out! March men, quickly! This way, Lancers! This way, Lancers! Knights of the Silver Swan! Knights! Rally together, Knights!
Big difference with just experience stacking. Even against beginning game units, they rank up to level 5 in seconds. So imagine how they would perform against upper tier units and how much experience that they could gain. Experience stacking is a key way to quickly rank up such vital units, allowing for better survivability and more quickly accessing special abilities than the enemy would. Now let's look at how experience boosts affect heroes, the last remaining unit type of this video. This is a bit of a different thing than the other two units because of how much rarer and harder it is to do. Not every faction has a hero experience boosting hero, and heroes do not have their experience boosted by virtually any structure at all. For brevity, we'll look at just Gandalf, given he has the blast power that causes pretty good AoE splash damage and instant death to many units. We'll see him use it against a cluster of 4 of the clansmen, none leveled up. Let's see his experience gain.
Return to your pits!
Not too bad. A few abilities were unlocked, but with teamwork, he can go much farther. For Gondor, there are 2 heroes that provide hero experience gain, Pippin and Forlong, but I want to see what good teamwork would do, so let's bring in Galadriel, Arwen, Balin, and Halbarad. This is a fairly unrealistic bit of teamwork, but it works for this demonstration. Here are all the abilities that will be used. When playing each of these factions, ordinarily you want to have each of these heroes close by key heroes you want ranked up relatively quickly, or at least quicker than your enemy is ranking up his, usually best for endgame heroes. Now, let's watch how much experience Gandalf gains this time.
Return to your pits!
Level 10 in just a few seconds. Not something you'll typically see, needless to say. Granted, depending on the kinds of units clumped up, like heroic units especially, you might be able to do something that incredible without experience boosts, but this is just demonstrating what you can do with them in full for a hero in AOTR, as hero experience boosts are not possible at all in vanilla. In a typical game, any boosting of heroes' experience is normally going to be slow and gradual throughout a match, but obviously faster than without the boosts. With planning and patience, you'll be able to get your heroes leveled up fast and be that many steps further ahead than your enemy. Just be sure to watch those boosting heroes closely and keep them alive. As we've seen in this video, experience boost stacking is not possible in the vanilla game for units of any kind, including normal units, heroic units, and heroes. But in AOTR it works quite strongly for all of the above, stacking without limit for incredible possibilities and dynamics in either solo play or teamwork. In this appendix video, we'll look at how structure armor can be both buffed and debuffed in AOTR. These are not features to be found in the vanilla game at all, so they add a whole new realm of possibilities to the game as a whole. Various normal units, heroic units, and heroes all have the capability to either buff or debuff structure armor. So in this video you'll see many of each unit type utilizing these unique features. Before we begin, let's first look at how a very weak unit, the Hobbits of Rivendell, do against a fortress, as we'll be using these units a bit in the demonstrations ahead. We'll use 4 battalions. The fortress will not be upgraded, and will not be for any other demonstration in this video. However, because they're hobbits, they're going to need a little help. I'll stack these 2 buffs and see how far they get. Let's watch. We won't belabor the point here. The hobbits do precisely what you would expect to a fortress. Now let's see how they would perform when aided by just 2 sources of structure armor debuffing. Another Rivendell unit, the Revelers, and Erebor's Hathod. Each has a powerful debuffing ability, as you can see here. Let's see how this team up of just these 2 units alone does for the humble hobbits. Major difference. The hobbits from just 2 sources of structure armor debuffing took out a fortress in just about 20 seconds. Imagine what could be done with only a handful of other stronger units, or even just 1 or more debuffing abilities, or just 1 or 2 more hobbit units. Now let's look at the impact of siege units and structure armor debuffing. We'll start with using just 4 upgraded dwarven mangonels alone to set the stage. Pretty good damage. 1 more volley and the fortress would be down. But what about with Hathod and a different source of debuffing? We'll use another hero from Erebor, King Brand. His Black Arrow ability works on enemy units, including enemy heroes, but it is also quite strong against structure armor. Let's watch.
The king under the mountain is our greatest ally. Go forth, Black Arrow.
Sing out if you see the enemy.
That's right, it's dwarven quality.
Weapons, dwarves! Weapons!
Not built very well, is it?
Their fortress crumbles like dry leaves.
Why risk destroying a fortress with 2 volleys when you can do it with just 1, right? Now let's move on to structure armor buffing. To set the stage for how powerful structure armor buffing can get, let's first see what it takes to destroy a fortress all at once. Exactly 8 dwarven mangonels. No more or less. Let's see the destruction. Quite fun to pull off. Rare to see it happen. But what about if you had a team game going on and everyone worked together to keep a base held down tight? Let's look at many of the units which can do this. You'll notice that 3 of these sources all come from one faction, Gondor, a great faction for making a base tough to crack.
It's that golem creature.
Notice also the structure buffing symbols above the 2 structures.
Ready your weapons.
Tell me what you need.
Guardsmen, attention!
Now let's see how those 8 dwarven mangonels do.
We'll make short work of this.
Those mangonels aren't as impressive now. Obviously, this is a pretty extreme example. You'd have to have a team up of 5 players in this case to get structure armor that strong. But it demonstrates quite well just what you can do with the system if you really wanted to. And those are certainly not all of the structure buffs possible. But what if an enemy pulled out all the stops? This time, I'll use the 8 mangonels, all the structure armor debuffing heroes and units we've used previously, and one more, Erebor's Bard the Bowman, who also has a Black Arrow ability, but which does a bit more debuffing than King Bran's Black Arrow. I'll even cap it off with the Earthquake spellbook power. Let's see what happens. That fortress hangs on by a thread. All that player would have to do is use a quick repair power and it's back to square one for me. Apart from the Reveler's passive structure armor debuffing power, all my abilities and powers would have a long cooldown. To be able to pull off so much debuffing at once is a trick, twice is almost unfeasible. But structure armor buffing, on the other hand? Apart from the Fountain Guard's ability, all the units and heroes doing the buffing on the fortress are using passive powers that do not have cooldowns. All those players would have to do is keep those units close by, and that's how most structure armor boosting powers work, including rare structures like the Stoneworker you just saw. Whereas most structure armor debuffing powers are abilities with limited durations and somewhat long cooldowns. So when you go to debuff structures, you've got to be sure to follow up fast. Hadod's debuffing ability is strong after all, but it only lasts 7 seconds. Make sure to plan your strategies accordingly. As you can see, structure armor buffing and even debuffing can be quite impressive indeed in AOTR. And it's a real shame the vanilla game does not offer either feature. There are lots of ways of going about it either way, but proof that the dynamics are quite useful however you do it. In this video, we'll look at how in AOTR you can actually stack siege damage. While this might not sound like much, it's a pretty cool feature that you can't pull off in the vanilla game at all, making a decent difference, so it adds something worthwhile to bring the game to life a bit more if you really want to invest in siege strategies. It's probably an underused aspect of the leadership or modifier system, so I hope bringing this to light will encourage players, even if it's just the casual gamers like myself, to try it out a bit more. As for stacking siege damage, this also is quite rare in AOTR, but not something you can do at all in the vanilla game. Staying with the dwarves here, they have a fairly cool support unit called the Arid Traders. At level 3, they can passively increase the damage and even speed of any nearby siege units. This even works on close-range siege units, like the Demolisher and normal battering rams. While it's not a huge increase in damage, it's enough to add up to a good deal when you have several siege units all together, supported by these Arid Traders, wreaking havoc on an enemy base. This damage buff to siege units encourages players to mix units for synergy and creativity for devastating combos in siege warfare. The Arid Trader's ability, however, does work on teammate siege engines, just not Ents or other living siege like giants. A point to clarify on about fortress defenses. Hathod does not work on them. However, the Arid Traders do. As you can see, just one unit of these guys positioned in just the right area can buff out basically a whole fortress worth of base defenses. Keep these guys around your base. It should also be noted that unlike in vanilla, you cannot set fortress defenses in different stances to increase range. To show just how effective this can be in a team game, let's look at a team up of Isengard and Dwarves. This is really quite striking because Isengard has the most powerful siege damage boost in the game via the faction's Metal and Wheels fortress upgrade. Using this stacked with the Arid Trader's damage buff is considerable. Let's demonstrate how it looks without the buffs to get a better idea of their impact stacked. That's a pretty good volley, but when you're in the middle of a battle and timing is everything, you always want to do better. What's it look like with the Metal and Wheels buff? So close, but now we'll add the Arid Traders. Notice the white hand and the rune symbols together. Fortress down in one volley. While this might not happen in a real game very much, teaming up and coordinating are encouraged for those devastating sneak attacks. What about with the battering rams and such? Again, let's look at the default damage first. We'll use 4. Fortress down in 3 strikes for each of the battering rams. Now let's use the Metal and Wheels buff. A good deal better. Less than 3 strikes for all of them this time. Now let's add in the Arid Traders to stack with the Metal and Wheels buff. Two solid strikes for all of them. But what would it take to get a fortress down with just 1 strike for them all, just for kicks? The dwarves of AOTR have 2 additional weapons up their sleeve, Bard and Hathod. They both have different abilities to debuff structure armor, which both stack with each other, and which in turn greatly affect incoming damage. Even so, 4 will not take a fortress down in one strike for all of them. But what about 5?
Sing out if you see the enemy. There be none. Pay attention.
You'll never think about battering rams the same way again. The mechanics of AOTR pack quite the punch when it comes to boosting siege damage, even for the humble battering ram. Can't do that in vanilla. As a sort of added incentive, there's also speed stacking. It's not like they'll suddenly race across the field of battle or anything, but stacking both siege damage buffs also each provide a speed boost stacking with one another, giving your battering rams and siege engines both just that little needed jolt to get to those buildings that much faster to take your enemy off guard. Here's just a little demonstration of racing across a relatively unguarded base. All structures are level 3. This about covers some of the most important aspects of stacking siege damage in AOTR. As you've seen, it can be quite a game changer if you let it. I'll cover the other parts of the siege mechanic overhaul in AOTR, stacking siege range in Appendix G. It offers some really cool features also not to be found in the vanilla game. In this appendix video, I'll continue to explore the overhaul to the siege mechanic started in Appendix F, this time covering the features of stacking siege range. Like being able to stack siege damage, this is not something you can do at all in vanilla. In AOTR, while still somewhat rare, it nevertheless has a devastating impact. While Treebeard's leadership, including range and damage increase, is included in AOTR, the impact in AOTR's overhaul is most keenly felt by far in the dwarves, so this is the faction I will focus on. They add a lot to this somewhat underused feature of the game and bring the world to life in some rewarding ways. To show how effective stacking siege range can be, let's first look at a simple example of how it works without it. So this will be how it works in vanilla, but played out in AOTR. This Dwarven Mangonel is in the default stance, so it has no bonuses or penalties to its range or damage. As you can see, the Fortress Trebuchet could fire back. Now let's try one of AOTR's Dwarven heroes, Hathod. He has a passive ability to increase the range of these siege units when nearby them. Notice the little rune symbol that appears over the Mangonel to let you know. Like in the vanilla game, you can increase the range of siege weapons like catapults and trebuchets simply by pressing the D key, setting that unit into aggressive stance. So now that we have 2 range buff stacking, let's see how effective it can be. See where the original spot was by the burn patch of land in front of it, and as you can see, it's well outside of the firing range of that base defense. Now let's see how the range increase is without Hathod, but still using the aggressive stance range increase. You can clearly see where it last fired by noting where its track started. It should be noted, however, that his passive ability specifies that it works only on Dwarven Mangonels, so it will not work on other siege units of your teammates and team games. Even without Hathod, it's still outside the range of the base defenses. As you can see, Hathod provides enough of an edge on range to give you a slight advantage over the enemy's range if he wants to put his siege units into aggressive stance too, making the enemy have to work that much harder to destroy your siege and giving you the opportunity to at least get the first shot in. This can come in handy if your enemy is really doubling down on his base defenses, like if he's hiding behind walls with lots of ranged siege on them. Show him an unpleasant surprise. Most of us have probably seen this kind of strategy before. You're trying to get to the enemy base and boom! He slams you with an impenetrable wall? What do you do? You proceed carefully, but every time you get your siege nearby, they're toasted. Well, that's because in this case, only the default stance was used. Even Bombard will not do the trick. Unlike with archers, it does not add to siege range. And this is where a lot of players get frustrated with wall defenses, not realizing all they have to do is hit the D key. Now let's try again with the aggressive stance. Notice how the fog of war noticeably disappears further out. The radar shows this huge difference even better. Now let's proceed against this impressive bastion from hell. You can see how just 2 mangonels went a bit further out than they should have, costing me 4 of them as a result. Sometimes this happens even with the range increase, so you have to be mindful and micromanage them. But the rest are doing what they should. The old AI in this game never ceases to surprise. So you have to be careful about clumping up your siege in heavily defended places like this. Sieging is slow, hard work, so be patient. Keep in mind that in AOTR though, wall defenses do not have stances, unlike in vanilla. This allows you, the attacker, to have that needed edge to overcome. Considering wall defenses cannot be attacked by melee units, have higher armor because of their wall supports, and can quickly be rebuilt in the same place without having to go from your siege shop to that location, I'd say taking away the added range on wall and fortress defenses is a worthy balancing trade-off. Here is what it could look like if you have lots of siege properly micromanaged. You bring up just 2 at a time instead of all of them in a cluster at once, as I showed it a moment ago. This takes a long time, but you will break the siege. Ideas for long, drawn-out siege like this. Be sure to have your army defending, obviously. That's a no-brainer. But have at least 1 or 2 siege shops close by to quickly replenish or even try to outnumber his siege defenses relatively quickly. Siege shops will also be able to repair your siege engines at higher levels. Be patient and you will be rewarded.
Stand up to this. That's right, it's dwarven quality.
You get the idea. And this is just what you can do with aggressive stance alone. Later on, I'll show you a different example of even more and better siege range stacking for a more devastating impact. It should also be noted that Ents, while technically monsters in the game, do benefit from the siege category of the aggressive stance, so they also can outrange base defenses. Normally, monsters do not get this bonus, as you can see when bringing up the stances for units. Also with Ents, due to their more fluid movements compared to siege engines, you can get away with moving 3 or 4 into their spots. If you already have a good idea about how far their hitting range is, you don't even need to have the base defenses targeted. They'll auto-attack with impunity. Of course, Treebeard makes the range considerably better for Ents. Compare this to Vanilla. In Vanilla, Ents do not get additional siege range from either the aggressive stance or from Treebeard. Needless to say, this puts them at a fairly severe disadvantage in siege warfare. So let's take a good look at this weakness in Vanilla now. It should be clarified that no monster units in Vanilla can gain range. This goes for giants and trolls throwing rocks. You can clearly see that unlike in AOTR, nothing changes for their vision radius, even when Treebeard is not with them. And here's to show that they do not have the glowing effects on them. He is not affecting them. Now for a small fight. Here's a clear comparison first of the aggressive stance, then default stance, then with Treebeard. All end up throwing from the same distance to their detriment. Imagine how this would be in a long line of fiery catapults. This problem is even worse when you consider that in Vanilla, wall defenses can switch their stances to increase their range.
The enemy is near!
Going back to AOTR, not every siege monster benefits from the aggressive stance's range bonus though. Haradwyth's siege mummics are a good example of this. As monsters, they get additional damage, but this doesn't help quite as much as range when up against a stalwart defense, so are very hard to micromanage. As powerful as these can be, there is no way to increase their range. Bombard is about your best hope. Raven Banners are a unique upgrade for AOTR's dwarves that gives a significant boost to the range of nearby siege engines. But to appreciate this, let's look back at Hathod for a second. I had noted in Appendix F that Hathod's siege range buff does not work on fortress defenses, but it's important to actually show this now. Here is the range of the fortress catapult when Hathod is nearby. And here it is when he isn't around. As you can see, the catapult can fire the same distance without Hathod as when he was nearby. Hathod provides no range buff. And here is a normal siege engine's range and aggressive stance, just to show the comparison. Now I've added the Raven Banners, which increases range of siege engines. But which ones? There are no symbols to indicate a change after all. Fortress and wall siege, or the normal ones on the ground? Let's find out. Obviously not the fortress siege engines.
She's a beauty, isn't she? Start the bombardment!
But the range increase of the Raven Banners is pretty good. Let's see how much farther out it can shoot in the default stance. A bit better. Now let's switch to aggressive stance for the range bonus and use Hathod for 3 range buffs combined on siege machines. A fairly astounding increase in range of siege weapons. This is a really fun little addition to the game compared to vanilla if you want to take your time with it, and it provides one of the most unorthodox strategies I've seen in the game, as you can use the Raven Banners as a kind of outpost support. But first, let's see a more realistic looking siege confrontation. We'll try it out first without any boosts at all, so it'll be a lot like in vanilla. And let's say you're itching to get in a quick victory by sneak attacking his base with 8 siege engines, focus firing on just the fortress and ignoring everything else. This is his line of sight, something to keep in mind later when I try out the Raven Banners. I'll be positioned to the left of the hill on the left. Let's watch.
Get it stuck now. We'll make short work of this. They're attacking! Get away from the fire lads!
valiant sneak attack, but not good enough. Now let's try it with the Raven Banners, Hathod, and the Arid Luin Traders, using the aggressive stance to boot.
Careful, you're scuffing her! That will teach them to anger the dwarves.
Much better. It was a little tricky to know for sure if that enemy fortress really was destroyed in one volley, so here's the same thing but with the fog of war turned off. Remember how I said earlier to keep in mind his line of sight? I was able to build that little Raven Banner staging ground out of sight, but take a look at the difference if he happened to have trebuchets on his fortress. If you place the Raven Banners in a key area hidden from your enemy, like here, you'd be able to essentially sneak attack him with impunity. Given enough banners, siege engines, and Hathod with them, this could spell doom rather quickly for your enemy's base if you can use your army to defend that key area. After all, you have a pretty good distance away to do so. Tinker around and have fun. The only caveat to this is you have to have a fortress within building range close enough for that tactic to work, given that Raven Banners are wall upgrades and walls have to be built within a small radius of the fortress. So good luck, and have fun just trying this kind of odd strategy out. Now, while it's true these are the best modifiers for increasing siege range in terms of abilities of units and upgrades to structures, there is one other way to do this: terrain height. And this works in the vanilla games as much as it does in AOTR. I said at the beginning of this video that there was no way to stack siege range in vanilla, and this is true. Terrain height is the only way to boost that range, so it cannot stack with any modifier like a unit ability, etc. It's also the only way to increase siege view distance, so the higher the terrain on which they sit, the farther out they can shoot and see. Let's take a brief look at how much of a difference terrain height can make by looking first at the default range of just ground level. We'll look at some, not all, of the ranged siege for the vanilla games, as there are some notable differences for some of them, and this general rule applies to the rest of the ranged siege in the game. It should also be noted that this is their max firing range before they have to move forward, and their max firing range for what they can see. I removed the fog of war for convenience, but not all ranged siege have the same view distance any more than firing range, so sometimes they can fire farther than what they can see, such as if using the bombard ability. And this is generally the same for AOTR as well. There is a notable difference in firing range for the Ents compared to the rest, only the 13th or 14th line of all things, and Treebeard does not increase that range. Isengard's ballistas, the dwarves' catapults, and the trebuchets for the men of the West all go out to the 20th to the 21st line. And then Mordor's catapults go to the 18th or 19th. So going forward, I'll use the Dwarven catapult to make demonstrations. Notice in the minimap how much more vision you get from not just the height, but also using the aggressive stance at that height. You can see that you can fire all the way out to the 42nd or 43rd line. That's doubling the distance from this specific height. The range bonus will be different depending upon the height though. Sadly, however, in the vanilla games, I don't think there are any maps that offer great height like this. Weathertop and the fortress map Minas Tirith are some of the only maps which come to mind right offhand where height advantage would definitely come in handy. As far as I remember, it's really just hills here and there, so it's a bit harder to take advantage of terrain height like in this demonstration. However, this is definitely not the case in the Age of the Ring mod. There are a number of maps with rather high terrain comparable to what I've just shown here. And obviously, since there are a few range and sight upgrades to take advantage of in AOTR, they're gonna shoot even farther still. So let's take a look at just how much farther that can be with the Raven Banners. We'll look first at the default range from the same height. It's important because Siege actually fires farther in AOTR than in Vanilla, as you'll see. have this trebuchet firing out to the 46th or 47th line with the aggressive stance compared to the 42nd or 43rd line in vanilla. And how would this look with, say, the Raven banners? All the way to the 62nd or 63rd line. That's about halfway across this two-player map. And if you played the dwarves, it would only increase more because of Hathod. Unfortunately, however, the mangonels in AOTR 8.3.1 do not have height range bonuses in their code, so they end up firing at the same range as high up as they would at ground level. This is something the devs of AOTR have said will be fixed come the next patch though, so not too long to wait. Some great maps to consider for taking the high ground in a kind of king of the hill scenario to get these kinds of advantages include many of the great fortress maps in AOTR, maps like Haidar, Dol Guldur, Ironfoot's Halls, Framsburg, and of course, Minas Tirith. It should be noted, though, that this version of Minas Tirith, as cool as it is, will soon be replaced by a much bigger one when the Return of the King campaign is released. Some great non-fortress maps include, like I said earlier, Weathertop, but also Druidon Forest, vineyards. Hills of Evendim. Offstepel. And one of my personal favorites, Jakuru. And as great as these are, there are even more. Lots of great options in AOTR. While a relatively little used feature in either the vanilla games or AOTR, as you can see, there are many more opportunities to take advantage of to buff out your siege range in AOTR. In this appendix video, I'll show you how much range you can stack in BFME2 and ROTWK and compare that to what can be done in the Age of the Ring mod, as there are some striking differences to be found. Like with stacking siege damage and range from the previous two appendix videos, stacking archer range is rare and a bit hard to pull off in any of the games, especially in the heat of battle. But it's my hope that anyone watching this video will be inspired to take the time to try, as there are many advantages in the hands of a skilled player. In both BFME2 and ROTWK you can stack archer range, but it is very limited, and limited in time duration as well, and thus very limited in impact on the overall game. Let's first look at the default range of the lower tier elven archers. You can also buff out your range with the little used Bombard ability.
Weapons ready, elves. Let your bows sing.
Now here is where it gets a little weird. In vanilla, you can use the elves' Farsight ability to increase your vision and firing range, but watch what happens if you use just your auto attack, no Bombard, versus when you use Bombard as well.
Keep your wits sharp. Now, elves, let them fly!
Using Farsight barely increases your firing range at all. In fact, you get a little bit better range with Bombard. However, if you use Bombard with Farsight, you get quite a bit better results.
Weapons ready, elves. There, another!
As you can see, to use Farsight properly for increasing attack range, you really have to use it in conjunction with the Bombard ability. Otherwise, it's only useful for clearing the Shroud. But neither the Bombard ability description nor that for Farsight make this clear. For players like myself, this would have made for so many more enjoyable games had I known this a long time ago. But can you stack your range any further in the vanilla games? Well, yes. Higher tier archer units will have greater firing range than lower tier ones. Perhaps the best archers in the vanilla games are the elves' Mirkwood archers. So let's see their range stacked now. And just to be clear, let's bring them back.
Guard this area. There they are.
So that's a good deal better. Now, technically it could be argued that ROTWK's heroic unit, the Noldor Warriors, can fire farther, but the distance is mostly negligible at best. So the vanilla game system is pretty simple and straightforward, but as I said earlier, not much impact. Farsight lasts a very short time, so it's only useful in very specific circumstances for tactical value, such as when you know where an enemy is in an army and want to snipe them out. However, a great feature of the Farsight ability is that you can buff out your hero's firing range. This works on all heroes across the game, but is perhaps most keenly felt with the elves, since they have the best and most numerous archer heroes of all factions. You can buff out multiple heroes at once with Farsight for the best impact at getting a bit of an edge on your enemy's heroes. It doesn't add much range, but every little bit counts when needing to get the upper hand while staying outside your enemy's vision radius. Even just 1 or 2 extra shots before he finds you can tip the scales.
Your filth will not spread through this
Stench
land.
of evil must end here.
Now or die.
For Mirkwood.
Evil shall never conquer these forests. Start the offensive.
Now let's take a brief look at some alternative uses of Bombard while we're dealing with it. So what are some of the alternative uses of stacking range? Well, you can use archers to great effect to take out arrow towers when you don't have siege. As long as you have the Bombard ability in use, those fortress defenses cannot fire back. It should also be noted that certain archers, like more elite ones, have longer default range than Tier 1 archers.
We've been relieved by now. Get rid of this thing.
Reduce it to ashes.
You have to be a little careful how you use the Bombard ability with Tier 1 units, but you will eventually get it.
Another.
Ruin the place.
Regroup. Bring it to rear. We have not forgotten. Dismantle this foul dwelling.
Now let's see how archer range stacking works in the Age of the Ring mod. Let's start with the default range of the Rivendell faction's elves. These are some of the best archers in the game, so they'll naturally have better range than any early game archers.
Protected.
The enemy is near.
Now let's see a couple of the rare range buffs at work. We'll use Erebor as the supporting faction. The faction has the special upgrade to their arrow towers, which increases range, the Arid Mithrim banner. We'll also use Bard with his passive leadership to archers, which also increases range. Lastly, we'll use the Elven Archer's special ability, which also increases range. You'll see that I'll be focus firing on one of their heroes, which is one of the great attractions with stacking archer range. Gotta love sniping those heroes. You'll also see me use the Bombard ability, something that almost never gets used, but which does actually increase your firing range. Let's see how much of a boost they get now. Notice how much damage I was able to incur upon the hero long before he could come into melee range. Now we'll look at one more example of a range buff, Rivendell's Gandalf the Grey summon. He has a great ability for this. Let's see all of this stacking together. King Brand had time enough for only one arrow to be drawn before he fell. As you can see, stacking archer range can be a fun and advantageous feature to you, so long as you plan beforehand and have some good intel about where your enemy's hero is in an army. And with this stack, the archer's ability and the Gandalf summons ability both only last a very short time to boot. But if you plan accordingly, you can wipe out a hero causing high amounts of leadership buffs, like Brand, tipping the scales in your favor. And even for a smart player who would know to try to retreat his hero in time, the range stack will make it so much harder for him to get the hero away before his end draws near. There is a feature that sounds like it could provide an even greater boost to your range, but which is worded in a confusing way in its description. Erebor's Raven Banners, which we covered in Appendix G quite well. If you go by the Raven Banners description, it reads like they provide a range boost to nearby archers. However, this is false. They only provide the experience boost to archers and range boost to ranged siege, as covered in Appendix G. Here you can see more clearly how the Raven Banners do not add to your firing range. One of the coolest but most underrated mechanics of the BFME games is the ability to increase your archer range just from higher terrain height alone, giving you terrain height advantage. But to see this more clearly, let's first take one more brief look at how far archers can fire without it. Here you can see that the Mirkwood Elves can fire out to the 10th to 11th line before having to move forward. With Bombard, they reach to the 17th line. And with both Bombard and Farsight, they can reach all the way to the 20th line. Now let's see how height can change this. Here is a typical height found in much of the vanilla games. You can see that I'm slowly reaching out farther and farther to make sure of the max distance possible. See here that the Mirkwood Elves can reach out to the 14th line without Bombard or Farsight. With just Bombard, they can reach out to the 20th line. And they can reach all the way out to the 24th line with both Bombard and Farsight. But what about arrow towers? How do they fit into terrain height advantage? And would Farsight stay active on your archers once garrisoned inside? Here we see just how far the arrow tower alone can fire, up to the 8th or 9th line, even with height, so not very impressive. But when garrisoned with the Mirkwood archers, while the tower itself does not fire any farther, the archers can. And they can fire out to the 14th or the 15th line. But what about with Farsight? You can see the Farsight spell remains active while they are inside the tower, allowing them to fire to the 18th line. So how does all this detailed info actually look? Here's a handy little picture charting the progress of range. Even a relatively short height can make a decent difference, proof that holding the high ground is strategically advantageous in BFME. Now let's see how much more dynamic terrain height advantage can get in the Age of the Ring mod. Having covered so much ground in the vanilla games, I'll skirt over some of the details to get right to the good stuff, as what you've seen basically works the same in AOTR. And of course, this height advantage can stack with the other range increases we've shown. With Bard, Gandalf, and the tower upgrade, you can fire out to the 23rd or 24th line of troops. Recall that it's at this line that the upper tier Mirkwood archers of vanilla maxed out their range, so here's where AOTR really starts to shine with how much you can stack range. We'll now start to switch over to the Rivendell elves we used earlier. Let's see how far they get. And with all range buffs, you can extend all the way out to the 29th or 30th line of troops. But there's even more range stacking possible in AOTR. Let's look at the last couple buffs that can be stacked with archer range from all factions. While most factions have some sort of relatively minor range buff, almost all of them stack only within each specific faction. Lothlorien is one of them, which has this limitation, but the Erebor range buffs we've covered in the Gandalf summon do all stack with Lothlorien's range buffs. So let's introduce these new range buff sources. The early game hero, Rumiel, and the structure called the Hidden Sanctum. Rumiel has a passive leadership range buff, while the Hidden Sanctum can permanently buff out selected units. As I said a moment ago, both of these buffs only work on Lothlorien units, so let's look at a new upper tier archer unit, the Galathrim Warriors. These are perhaps the toughest archers in the whole game. One of the more secret features about these units, though, is the long range they can fire, so we're going to stack this range with all the boosts we've covered and see how far they can reach. Also note on the minimap just how far their vision can extend with all these buffs. The Galathrim Warriors can extend all the way to the 34th or 35th line. This is a stunning amount of range for archers, and to make it even better, notice just how precise their arrows land when compared to other archers' bombard abilities. Other ones are scattered. This is pinpoint accuracy, which is important if you want to snipe heroes and high priority targets efficiently. Notice how with the scattered shot of the Rivendell elves, even as powerful as they are with all their range buffs, the arrows irregularly strike the hero. Now compare it to the deadly precision of the Galathrium archers. It's like night and day. What's more, of all these range buffs, only the Gandalf one is limited in time. The rest are all permanent. Compare this to how in the vanilla games, Farsight is by far the main range buff and only lasts for about 30 seconds. And here's a clear visual charting the progression of each range boost. Pretty extraordinary. Recall how in the vanilla games, the max range stack with the very best upper tier archers can only extend to about the 24th line, and you can't go higher even in team games. In AOTR, you need only 2 teammates to get this maxed range, Erebor and Lothlorien. That'll take you to the 29th to the 30th line. If you have a third teammate, Rivendell, with the Gandalf summon, you can do the max range at the 34th to the 35th line. Now, as incredible as this is, believe it or not, there is even more range possible through even higher terrain. I've seen so many people over the years ask in forums, how much extra range does terrain height give? But I've never seen anyone give a good answer. Here is your answer. It depends on how high the terrain is. In other words, the higher the terrain, the more range you get. So I decided to try for a more extreme range that is still a bit closer to some of the more mountainous maps in the BFME games. In the vanilla games, maps really don't provide much height at all across the board. However, in AOTR there are quite a number of such maps. The height I chose is comparable to some of the maps with higher altitudes. Notice the difference in the minimap. Let's see the Galathrium archers now. Notice on the minimap that if there was an even radius of vision, they would be able to see across about half the map or more, depending on where they were situated. As you can see, they can fire all the way out to the 58th line. Terrain height range stacking is serious stuff. Hold that high ground, especially if you're Lothlorien. Looking at this from the enemy's perspective, if he's just kind of putzing around, none the wiser, he could be in for a world of hurt. As impressive as all of this is, unfortunately there's a glaring caveat. You lose all of these buffs if you garrison those archers in a tower. This works the same for even temporary buffs like Gandalf's. A rather unfortunate issue to lose everything, but not sure if it's a bug or one of those weird limitations of the code for an old game or even just design. Unfortunately, archer heroes in AOTR are not as easily buffed in their range as in vanilla. In AOTR, there is no equivalent of the Farsight power, some universally applicable power to affect both normal units and heroes at once. Instead, only rare heroes can buff their own range, like Rivendell's Aragorn. This is a little bit of a loss, but not that big when you consider all of the great buffs explored earlier. Regardless of these latter issues with garrisoned towers and heroes, stacking archer range in the Age of the Ring mod is still pretty incredible. While you'll likely never see any of this in any competitive game, stacking all these range buffs, with height advantage especially, could prove to be quite useful in PvE battles or custom maps of your own, or fortress battles. But honestly, stacking range boosts is most useful for quick bursts to get a good edge on your enemy in order to snipe down heroes or other high priority targets. Certain maps would work especially well with this stack though. I'm thinking areas with bridges or narrow walkways or choke points or walls of impassable terrain. Of course, you could even make your own little walled-in outpost just for this too. Great casual gaming tips to have some old-fashioned base building fun for a classic comp stomp. In this appendix video, I'll show you how much more you can buff out unit speed in the Age of the Ring mod than you can in the vanilla games BFME2 or its expansion Rise of the Witch King. Speed buffing is almost non-existent in the vanilla games, but really comes in handy in AOTR even in solo games and lets you break the sound barrier in team games. So let's get started. We'll use just one hero, and one of the fastest in the whole game, Gimli. He has an ability that boosts his speed by quite a bit. Note first though that in the vanilla games there is no native way to buff all heroes' speed by changing their stances. This is different in the Age of the Ring mod, as you'll see later. So let's see how fast Gimli can be with just this speed buff. Pretty good speed, I'd say. Now let's give him a boost from an Isengard player. This is the only speed boost power in the whole game, and it works on normal units, heroic units, and heroes. Now let's see the stack with Gimli's ability. Not too shabby for the dwarf who's supposedly only dangerous over short distances. Strategically speaking, 6 seconds faster in the hands of this dwarf can go a long ways towards getting him into a critical spot and doing heavy damage to either a structure or a hero who foolishly thinks himself safe. As for buffing out normal units, there's honestly not that much to say. Speed buffing in the vanilla games works on normal units just fine, and is great if you're trying to pursue heroes to the death while they're trying to escape, or give your own units enough speed to flank around the enemy and do some extra damage, ambushing, and so forth. But mostly, speed buffing is gonna just be an Isengard thing, since the power is that faction's alone. But this is radically different in the Age of the Ring mod, so without further ado, let's take a look. Remember how I said before to take note of the unit stance? Well, as you can see, in AOTR, all heroes and monsters for that matter get a native 10% speed boost in the aggressive stance. This doesn't sound like much, but just that little bit can actually save your hero or monster in the nick of time. If ever you find your hero or monster in a tight spot and about to fall, hit the D key and get out of there. Many times this will save your hero or monster, as normal units and heroic units cannot get this buff, which gives all heroes in AOTR that leg up over the vanilla games. Alright, now let's see just what this dwarf can do. Like in vanilla, we'll use just his speed boost ability, this time in conjunction with the aggressive stance.
Get them soon enough.
So, a little disappointing. Even in spite of the aggressive stance speed boost, his speed boost is actually slightly slower than in the vanilla games. Granted, it's only by 2 seconds. However, this change was very reasonably done, given the additions in just the dwarf faction alone to increase speed of units, including heroes. In this faction in AOTR, for either the Reign of Oakenshield or the Reign of Ironfoot subfactions, there is a new hero which can boost their speed, so you don't have to rely on any teammate to give you a super speed boost anymore. Had Gimli's ability remained as fast as in vanilla, his fully stacked speed would have been too much. You can see here that ROTWK's version is a bit faster, and both abilities do last the same amount of time, although vanilla's description does not state how long it lasts. So let's see how Gimli does with one of the Raven heroes. You can see a little halo effect under him and a sparkle effect over him, signifying the buffs he's getting. As you can see in just the AOTR version playing by yourself, you can get Gimli 2 seconds faster than in the vanilla game playing by yourself as well. Here I chose the hero ROTWK, but that was personal preference because of the Hobbit. Gimli is available with only Arka, ROTWK's descendant, but Arka has the same exact speed boost for heroes. So what would it look like were he boosted by an Isengard teammate with the Palantir power? Let's find out! 28 seconds, the same as with the vanilla game Team Up. So here is where it starts to get interesting for AOTR speed buffs. Unlike in the vanilla games, the Palantir power is not the only speed buff in the game. There are countless ones spread across the whole game, from spellbook powers to special abilities from normal units, heroic units, heroes, and even special structure upgrades. While some operate like Gimli's ability, and only used on that unit to buff itself, many are universally applicable. Since there are too many to realistically use here, let's nonetheless choose a pretty wide assortment just for the fun of it. So here's the rundown on the team-up abilities and powers. I'll be playing a 5-player team-up: Isengard, Rivendell, Reign of Oakenshield version of Erebor, and Reign of Ironfoot version, and I'll be playing Gondor. Isengard will use Ugluk and the Palantir power. Rivendell will use the Wisdom of the Eldar power and Arwen. Reign of Oakenshield Erebor will use Thorin, and I will use Gondor's Western Winds power. Naturally, Reign of Ironfoot will be using Gimli and a Raven hero, so it's a little bit of a stretch for a team-up, but still plausible. It should be noted that Rivendell's Wisdom of the Eldar speed buff power does not have a special effect for heroes, but you can see it does give that jolt of speed. So you won't see it in the team-up ahead, but know that it is being cast. Similarly, Gondor's Western Winds power has an effect, but it can only barely be seen. But you can see the boost of speed clearly. Also, I would have used Arca, but upon testing I found that ROTWK and Arca do not stack their speed buffs, even though they are different heroes. Recall how in other videos I explored the Nazgul, and how so-called copy heroes, like the lesser Nazgul, don't stack their modifiers. It apparently works the same in regards to these two heroes with their speed buffs, oddly. So let's see all these buffs in action. But this time, we'll race everyone. As you can see, not all heroes have the same speed. Poor Thorin just didn't stand a chance. As for Gimli himself, he is 6 seconds faster than with the Palantir speed buff in the vanilla game. And as I said earlier, this is some, only some, of the speed buffs to be found in the mod, not all. Now, many people will not take the time to use this many speed buffs on even several heroes, let alone one, but I hope that this demonstration will cause you team players out there to reconsider. Because while this is a 5-player demonstration, something like this can easily be done in a 4-player game for those epic 4-on-4 team player games. Rush a bunch of heroes and units in before your enemies even know you are coming. But in most games, team play speed stacking would be more incremental, unless you and your buds all practice your coordination quite well. Regardless, even most ordinary team speed stacking will certainly be faster at the end of the day than anything the vanilla games can provide. Speed stacking playing solo is going to have tactical ramifications, specific to each faction that has such buffs. Another great feature for just one faction is, once again, with just the dwarves. If you use the Reign of Ironfoot subfaction, it alone has 4 total speed buffs which can be stacked on non-hero units. You have the Raven hero Arca, as discussed earlier, the Raven spellbook power, Glowin, and the Fortress Arkenstone upgrade. Watch how much faster even the slow dwarves can be with this stack. While it only lasts a very short time, this is the tactical use of such speed I've been talking about. Rush those dwarves out of a specially placed tunnel and into a critical area with those hammer upgrades, which allow them to wreak havoc with extra damage to structures. And if you team up and get even just 1 or 2 more speed boosts for this tactical strike, the enemy won't even know what hit him. And they do work on the semi-heroic Khazad Uzbadul for maximum impact. As you can see, AOTR once again goes to show the potential of what the mod can do if you want it. There's a whole host of great heroes who can stack their own speed buffs with other powers for all kinds of speed combos. Never disappointing to be able to flee from your enemy in time of need or pursue an enemy hero when he thinks himself safe. Trample Deceleration is a term you see pop up from time to time in the Age of the Ring mod, which is synonymous with another term, Crush Deceleration. Both mean the same thing, so I'll use the term Trample Deceleration going forward. Trample Deceleration is a feature for cavalry directly related to speed, which determines how much cavalry can trample over infantry units before slowing down and not being able to trample them at all. Typically, depending on the kinds of units being trampled, the faster your cavalry go, the more units they can trample. In the vanilla games, there is a trample deceleration mechanic, but it's all behind the scenes. There are no such abilities proper. It all depends on whether a unit is upper tier, which determines how much they can trample, and of course what units they're up against, how many there are, and on each side, etc. Buffing out damage is often confused for how much units decelerate when trampling, but that's hardly the same thing at all. When units take even heavy damage from trampling, they can still slow down the cavalry just as much as when they don't take much damage at all. But if they're killed, naturally there's greater opportunity for cavalry to speed back up and trample more. In AOTR though, you can stack trample deceleration alone, apart from damage buffs, to make for some epic cavalry charges not to be found in the vanilla games. Naturally, this is only amplified when damage buffs are in play. But in either vanilla or AOTR, if you're up against units with high armor, speed alone won't matter very much. In AOTR, while your elite units matter in terms of this mechanic, if you have a trample deceleration ability handy, it makes a proper impact, especially if there are lots of units clumped up. Otherwise, all that speed will be nullified and your cavalry will get slowed down too much as the enemy pummels them into submission. A great example of units with high armor is the dwarves, so we'll look at a pretty sizable clump to compare, but I've programmed them to remain still so you can see a clear objective demonstration of trample deceleration and speed. If they were to act normally, they would all be moving around and no clear conclusion could be reached. And while it's good to know how much damage slowed down cavalry could take, this is not the aim here. I'm not all that interested in how much damage can be done to cavalry, just how much of a difference trample deceleration and speed can really make. So these will be the base dwarven swordsmen, fully armored, but with no weapon upgrade. I will be using the upper tier Black Numenorian Vanguard for the Haradwaith faction. They will have neither armor nor weapons upgrades. So let's first see what they can do on their own. No buffs and no abilities. It's important to note though, they do have a default passive ability, which debuffs the enemy, turning them red. And don't worry about this too much, as it won't come into play in the demonstrations ahead. As I said earlier, we'll look at only trample deceleration and speed, no damage buffs. So let's watch.
We will meet them with swords drawn.
interesting, as you would expect a higher tier elite unit to do more against base game swordsmen, but this just goes to show the power of clumping and the power of dwarven armor combined. Now let's see how they do when their speed is buffed by the Palantir, Arwen, and Ugluk. Not really any different. If there is a difference, it's negligible at best. However, notice the difference in power points earned. Only 6 compared to the previous 10. Keep this in mind later. Now let's look at just Trample Deceleration buffs alone. As I said earlier, we won't be looking at any damage buffs, which usually come with Trample Deceleration buffs. So we'll start with an ability the Vanguard have, Armored Charge. This ability reads like it's only a bad thing, but it's anything but. Reduction in deceleration is a great thing, as it means the cavalry slow down that much less when hitting the enemy, and you'll see later that this is a worthy trade-off with the reduction in melee damage which comes with it. Let's watch. So not really much better than before. Dwarves are tough. But what if they had a hero? We'll use Suladan, one of Haradwaith's heroes. He has a Trample Deceleration ability as well. Let's see. So a little better. You can see that Trample Deceleration does stack a bit for sure. Let's see if another ability can improve upon it though. Imrahil's. It's a great ability for quickly mowing down troops with high armor. Let's watch. Surprisingly, it makes little to no difference to have this stack. It seems that while Trample Deceleration does stack, there's likely a cap on it in direct correlation to the speed at which your cavalry are going, After all, there's only so much you can reduce deceleration before you're back to your normal speed again. So what if a major speed stack was applied to this Trample deceleration stack? Let's buff out their speed again with Arwen, Ugluk, and the Palantir buff to find out. A great deal better. However, notice that the power points are, well, rather woefully low. I'm honestly not sure why this is so. You can clearly see there were far more units taken out. A bug? I'm not really too sure. Regardless of how exactly Trample deceleration stacks and its relation to speed stacking and power points though, it's clear the former two go hand in hand. While most of the time you won't encounter clumps of this caliber, and almost never without pikes, you can clearly see the importance of maximizing upon Trample deceleration when you can get it. How many times have you played either vanilla or AOTR and have wanted some sort of a counter to getting nuked? Zapped by the classic wizard blast of either Saruman or Gandalf? Word of Power, Lightning Blast, Army of the Dead, Dragon Strike, Balrog, and so on? Well, believe it or not, you actually can. Vanilla has virtually no counter to any of these sorts of devastating attacks, but I'll take a look at the scant few bits of protection there are regardless. While a little bit of a hidden or otherwise not often used function in either game, it can definitely keep the tide from turning against you if you're in the right place at the right time. In vanilla, the few magic attacks you might survive come from only magic protection scaling for certain units. While AOTR also has magic protection scaling, it is far more viable, affecting more units. AOTR, however, also offers unique rare heroes and spellbook powers that provide extremely high levels of magic protection. This kind of protection only comes from a scant few sources in the whole game. Gandalf, Saruman, and the White Stag of the Woodland Realm faction are the prime sources of this magic protection. So let's first take a look at how much magic protection is afforded in-game by first looking at the scant protection offered in vanilla. In both vanilla and AOTR, there is a scaling of protection against magic attacks, reliant on such things as whether your units have the armor upgrade, what level they are, and what tier of unit they belong to. So even if your troops do not have a hero with magic protection nearby, they may have a small chance of surviving such an attack. But in vanilla, it is a far, far smaller chance of surviving magical abilities than in AOTR, as will be seen in a moment. This all depends on what level the hero doing the attacking is and what ability they are using. Gandalf can do more damage, and in a wider radius at level 10, after all, than level 1. In both games, this kind of protection scaling is also dependent upon whether your troops are Tier 1 early game troops or Tier 2 mid-game troops or higher. In both games, naturally, even with the armor upgrade, early game troops won't stand a chance in comparison to the higher tier ones. Let's demonstrate this in vanilla with the Uruk-hai. The vanilla Uruk-hai are something of a more advanced Tier 1 unit, given their stats, cost, and performance, but they're not quite a Tier 2 status. You'll see that Lurtz is with them in the middle, buffing them out with his leadership. As you can see, these Uruk-hai could barely survive this wizard blast. The only way for them to do so is to have had the armor upgrade and be level 2 or higher and have a buff. In this case, Lurtz, but Tainted Land would have worked too. Lacking any one of these would spell doom for them. You'll notice, by the way, that not all troops are damaged. This has nothing to do with armor against magic and everything to do with hit radius of the blast. In other words, they don't die only because of the odd hit radius not actually affecting them, not because they're protected from it. This blast sometimes will wipe all of them out. But even many Tier 2 units have to have the armor upgrade to even barely survive. And health of survivors is only increased by mere increments the higher their level. It makes almost no difference at all. So in the midst of a battle with many units, and your Tier 2 upgraded unit like the Tower Guards gets zapped by a Wizard Blast, they'll likely die from the battle soon afterward anyways. In vanilla, certain rare Tier 2 units like level 1 Gondor Tower Guards can survive a Wizard Blast if they have the armor upgrade, even if Isengard's Tier 1 level 1 Uruk-hai could not. As is to be expected, heroic units in both games have higher armor against magic attacks than normal units, though the stats are different for each game. For instance, even without a hero ally with magic protection, heroic units in AOTR, like the Swan Knights, have better protection at level 1 against even Saruman's level 10 Wizard Blast than in vanilla. But even level 10 Swan Knights are no match against Saruman's Lightning Blast in either game. Let's first look at the Wizard Blast. You can see the AOTR version of the Knights have about 50% health remaining compared to Vanilla's probably 5 to 10%. Now let's look at Saruman's Lightning Strike. The Swan Knights do not survive even at level 10 in either game. Some magic attacks are simply too much even for heroic units. What about Vanilla's Word of Power then? Can any normal or heroic unit be protected from it? Here's the Tier 1 Uruk-hai, the Tier 2 Tower Guards, and fully leveled up Knights of Dol Amroth to represent Tier 1, 2, and heroic units across the game. All three are fully leveled up, and the former two are fully upgraded and have a buff. And while buffs do not work on heroic units in vanilla, I gave the Knights Elven Wood just for kicks. Let's see who survives. None survive no matter what kind of armor or buffs they have. This is vastly different in AOTR. As you have seen, the possibilities of surviving these magic attacks in vanilla is slim to none for normal units, even more so if in the midst of a battle, given their low survival health. For myself and many others, there's little else that's as off-putting and frustrating as when you put in a lot of work to upgrade and level up your units, only to have them completely wiped out by the push of a button, with little to no skill involved. It's like a cheat code or something. Thankfully, AOTR changes this dynamic in some fairly rewarding ways, which make the game more interesting. AOTR offers a handful of units and powers which provide very high levels of magic protection to nearby troops, a game mechanic not available at all in vanilla. It's something which helps to bring the world to life that much more. to show this contrast, let's take a brief look at vanilla to demonstrate how this is not to be found in that game, with the same units to be used later in AOTR. Notice that Gandalf is standing nearby the troops. Now let's see what AOTR has to offer for magic protection for both of them. You can see here that both Gandalf and Saruman offer the same amount of protection from magic and elemental damage, 300%. We all know the instant death their Wizard Blast, Lightning Strike, and Word of Power abilities dish out. Let's see what happens with their magic protection. Notice the sparkle effect over the troops signifying they are being protected by Gandalf. Much more capable protection from these lethal blasts with either wizard around. Now let's see the protection against the mighty Word of Power. We'll use the Tier 2 Isengard Uruk-hai Swordsman. As you can see, AOTR offers much better protection against this classic nuke than vanilla. As you may recall, the Uruks could not have survived either scenario in the vanilla game. AOTR has given the Witch King himself a nuke though, available only at level 10. Let's watch the chaos unfold when enemy troops are not protected. The dynamics AOTR provides never cease to amaze. What about the dreaded Army of the Dead, though? Vanilla's is a total beast of a power, as we know, but in AOTR it has been largely removed, to be replaced by a far smaller iteration in the 25 PP spellbook power aptly named The Return of the King for the Gondor faction. With it you spawn Aragorn. He can then use the power in a small radius, but is instant death to most troops. Is there protection against this? Let's use Saruman and find out. Pretty stunning. This protection would definitely have turned the tables back around, especially if those troops had the armor upgrade or were higher levels. Now let's move up to the big powers. Dol Guldur has an extremely powerful attack called the Gift of the Necromancer. Let's watch. A fairly nasty power. Is there any protection against it though? Well, not from Gandalf or Saruman this time. They're not that powerful. There is only one power in the game which can though. The Woodland Realm's White Stag. It has an ability which provides complete complete immunity to all magic and elemental damage. Let's see what happens now. Incredible! An anti-nuke in BFME. How many times have players of Vanilla wanted something like this? As good as this is, can the White Stag protect against anything else? Let's see how it does against the all-powerful Balrog. And this is about the point where most players would probably rage quit. Few things can beat the power of the White Stag. There are some it cannot protect against though, like the Eye of Sauron or the Avalanche, but otherwise it's an amazing power. As you have seen, even if you have to have these special units in just the right place, at just the right time, they can push back the tide and help you turn the game back in your favor. Good luck and have fun. In this appendix video, I'll take a deep dive into a relatively unknown aspect of both the vanilla games and AOTR, stacking various sources of healing to increase the speed of healing units. I'll cover both heroes and normal units only, disregarding heroic units and monsters altogether for the sake of convenience. Much of what you'll see in this video, though, is heavily timed for accurate rates of healing comparisons. Not very interesting stuff, I hate to say. But I kept this intact so as to prove the point I'm making, which can only be done by keeping the normal speed for everything intact. Fast forwarding is a beautiful thing, but so is a quick overview for everyone not willing to do that. So here's a quick breakdown of this whole mini-series. ROTWK 9.0 used to let you stack 3 wells before patch 9.1, which took that away entirely, and AOTR 8.3.1 can stack 9 wells to heal normal units at super speeds. What's the same between the vanilla patches and AOTR? You can also increase the speed of healing heroes if you garrison them in structures like arrow towers and dormitories. Furthermore, wells increase the healing rate of heroes in both the vanilla patches and AOTR 8.3.1, but only if you have more than one well and the heroes are in guard stands. And that's the end of the breakdown. So if you dare, please continue on for the boring proofs. In this video, I'll show you the differences various sources of healing can make on healing up your heroes. We'll look at just one hero, King Dain, comparing between the vanilla patches of 9.0 to 9.2 and AOTR 8.3.1, and we'll keep them at level 10. looking first at the healing rate without any sources of healing, and then seeing what differences various sources can make, and whether those sources are worth investing in to make sure your hero stays alive. Let's first take a look at heroes. It's a common assumption amongst players I've seen in either game that heroes heal faster when in the presence of a well. However, this is not true, as you will see. I've preserved the game speed in this recording so as to preserve the authenticity of it. Not to everyone's liking, but that's what the fast forward button is for. It should be noted up front that healing rates are different for every hero in either vanilla or AOTR, but that each hero takes longer to heal up the higher the level in both games as well. I'm using only Dain for convenience. Just because there is the same hero in both games does not necessarily mean healing takes the same amount of time. I've also zoomed in on each recording so you can more easily track with the healing rate, but zooming in zooms out the hero level, so here's a shot of all the comparisons to let you know that King Dain is at level 10 for each of them. So if you're so inclined, sit back and relax yourself for a couple minutes to some epic tunes. Dain will be at 25% health to start, as defined in the World Builder. Let's see it happen. This healing rate does not change for similar sources of healing either, such as healing upgrades you can get for fortresses. However, if you garrison a hero inside either an arrow tower, a dormitory, or have multiple wells, you can increase the healing speed. Depending on the level of the hero and which hero it is, the amount of time this can save you will vary. For multiple wells, you do not have to have 9 wells as shown here to increase the healing rate. I chose 9 wells for symmetry with what you'll see with single battalions in the next part of this mini-series. As you can see, these sources of healing do save you time. In this case, with Dain in both Vanilla and AOTR at level 10, you only save about 5 seconds. Not that much, but when timing is everything, it matters. One last comparison should be made. In the recording with 9 wells, you may have noticed Dain was put in guard stance. This simple change of stance allows heroes to heal faster in the vicinity of multiple wells, but it does not work with just a single well. If you're in any other stance, even with multiple wells, your hero's healing rate will be the same as having no wells at all. As for other sources of healing in AOTR, there is a particularly odd discrepancy. If you use certain summonable sources of healing, like Bard's Fish Barrel, it does not increase the healing rate but seems to slow it down. And while the Fish Barrel only lasts so long, it shouldn't make this kind of a negative impact. In this case, by some 6 seconds, and this is the same with certain rare units like the special in-unit called the Sentinels of the Woody End, which clarify in their description that they do indeed heal heroes. These are clearly bugs of some sort. While they don't slow the healing rate by a dramatic amount, it's still that much more time wasted when timing matters. Now, in a video with a title such as Stacking Sources of Healing, you would think that Bard's Fish Barrel, a well, and the Sentinels would all stack for increased healing of heroes, especially since they're all different sources of healing. Well, unfortunately, that is not the case. Now you can see the Sentinel's ability clearly reads they heal heroes, but not so much. Watch. So let's move on to how normal units heal up. There is a great deal of difference to be found with normal units, worth going into some detail about, ranging from 1 battalion to a whole army. Healing with wells is a common enough element of gameplay in both the vanilla game and in AOTR, but what I rarely see anyone do in either game is go the gusto on the limit of wells you can build. In each game, the more wells you build within the small healing radius for 1 or several battalions, the faster that healing occurs. In the vanilla game, before the 9.1 patch, the maximum number of wells you could stack for the shortest wait time possible was 3 wells. Now, ever since that patch, you cannot stack wells at all. However, in the Age of the Ring mod, you can stack up to 9. There are some noteworthy healing speed differences between each game, so let's first take a look at the differences between wait times for one battalion per game and several battalions, as there are some odd discrepancies between these for each game. We'll start this at 1 well for each game and then end with the max, not doing any in between just for convenience. Here you'll see a pretty noticeable difference between 9.0 and 9.2. Dwarven Guardian battalion sizes are different. AOTR 8.3 is based off 9.0 or earlier, so naturally preserves the smaller battalion size of those versions. To clarify, I'll start the timer at the moment the units enter into the healing radius and end it the very moment the last new troops appear. All troops start at the same health, 25% as defined in the World Builder, and are 10 to 15 units per battalion. I'll keep the normal speed of the recording once again to preserve the authenticity of it. Let's take a look. You saw that 9.2 was shown with 3 wells, but this is just to emphasize that there is no difference between 3 wells and 1, as I mentioned earlier. Now let's jump to the max well limit, looking at 1 battalion still. Vanilla has 4 wells, while AOTR has 9. I recorded this a long time ago before 9.1 was released and officially revealed that the max stackable limit on wells was 3. I thought, based on my testing at the time, that it was 4, but you'll see in a second that 4 wells do heal faster than 3. Given that 9.2 doesn't stack wells, naturally it will not be shown in this demonstration. Major difference. At only 4 seconds to heal up a whole battalion versus Vanilla's 14, AOTR clearly wins the day. And this speed for Vanilla remains for a single battalion however many wells you have past 4. But look at 9.0 at 3 wells. You can see clearly that it takes 33 seconds for this battalion to heal up, twice as long as with 4 wells. yet the official patch report said the max stack was 3. A typo? Not sure. As you can see, the more wells you have in either game, the faster healing gets. These figures are not always the same in testing, but they remain always within a couple of seconds. This is but one example of some of the strange discrepancies. So now we'll come to the oddest one. Healing armies. The speed for healing armies is quite different compared to healing individual battalions. We'll continue to look at just Vanilla 9.0 and AOTR 8.3 for this, since healing armies in Vanilla 9.2 stays at the same speed as healing individual battalions. We'll look at the max stack in both 9.0 and AOTR, 4 wells for 9.0 and 9 for AOTR. The army size will be 6 battalions for each game. All units will be at 25% health as defined in the World Builder. I'll be using the same kinds of units as before, Dwarven Guardians, which are 10 units per battalion in Vanilla 9.0 and AOTR 8.3.1. As before, I'll begin the timer the first moment the units enter into the healing radius of the wells, and end at the moment the very last troops appear. 'As you may recall, healing 1 battalion in Vanilla 9.0 at 4 wells was 15 seconds, but with an army of 6 battalions, it's 25 seconds. And in AOTR, healing 1 battalion at 9 wells took 4 seconds, but an army is now 13. But the discrepancies get even stranger still. Remember how I said you cannot stack more than 4 wells in Vanilla 9.0? This is true with single battalions, but not with an army. Watch this. "15 seconds compared to 25 at 4 wells. This is about the same speed in AOTR as we saw a moment ago. If you try any more than 9 wells for either game, it's the same speed. Very strange discrepancies indeed. So basically Vanilla 9.0 and AOTR differ quite a bit in terms of the healing speeds of wells until you get up to 4 and 9 wells for each game respectively. Now there is one last oddity. Here is Vanilla at 16 wells for one test I did. No idea what's going on here. I have tried other tests like 18 or 20 wells in both Vanilla and AOTR, both of which remain around 12 to 15 seconds. This one test seems to be either a bug of some sort, or there's something going on with the mechanics of how healing works in either game I don't fully understand. Regardless, as you've seen, healing with multiple wells, whether just doing a single battalion or many, is definitely the way to go to minimize wait times and get your units back in the fight. I don't see players doing this, and it's likely in part because many don't know, and in part because, well, who wants to take the time? Wells are fragile, and this can use up a good deal of time that can be used elsewhere. But if you're so inclined, such as in a good PvE, where you can afford to be more slow or even paced, it's a worthwhile mechanic of the game for sure. It's kind of just fun knowing this is something you can do if you want to. Of course, this is for Vanilla 9.0 and not for 9.2. It's my hope that this fun feature that's been in the game for years and years will be brought back in future vanilla patches, as it rewards players who want to take the time to set them up and skillfully defend them. Bring back stacking wells in vanilla, but at least AOTR still has it. In this last appendix video, I'm going to go out with a bang in a rather long and all-encompassing one which covers the only unit class left, monsters. I've intentionally left this subject alone until the end because, honestly, there's just so much to cover. Modifiers work so differently from monsters in both the vanilla games and in the Age of the Ring mod that monster units are basically a class unto themselves and worthy of being looked at thoroughly on their own. So in this quite long appendix, I'll show you first in the vanilla games what works and what doesn't on monster units. Because there's not much to cover for the vanilla games, I'll then go over the vast overhaul for the Age of the Ring mod, which makes monsters and modifiers far, far more interesting and dynamic than anything found in the vanilla games. I'll first break down how modifiers are very faction-specific in AOTR before moving into some specifics on fell beasts, level 25 PP spellbook powers like the Balrog, and finally ending with a great examination of what can be done with attack trolls as just one example to represent all monster units and modifiers. So let's get started with the brief subject of the vanilla games. Much like with so much else that we've covered, the vanilla games and AOTR are virtually polar opposites when it comes to monster units and modifiers. It's truly like night and day. But let's go over first what does not work. I'll keep it brief for convenience. Unfortunately, monsters and buffs of any kind are very temperamental at best. In vanilla, Treebeard is the only unit to provide any damage, armor, or speed buff of any kind in the whole game. No other monsters can be buffed at all. Even the imbalanced frozen land does not work. But let's actually test these out a little bit to be sure, since as we've seen before, sometimes units can be buffed and there not be any visual indicators of this. we'll use Mordor's attack trolls to test them on. Of course, we gotta start at the default damage, and we'll use 7 attack trolls. As shown earlier, monsters in vanilla do not get a speed buff from the aggressive stance, but they do get a damage buff. So let's see how much of a difference the aggressive stance damage boost makes. Three strikes instead of 4. Not too bad. Now here is something I've seen people do, thinking it buffs out monsters, or especially trolls, but it's only a waste. And the same holds true for land buffs and anything else you try with monsters. No difference. Same holds true with Tainted Land. Even ROTWK's Frozen Land from the Angmar faction will not work on monsters. As covered in the main series, this power works on things it probably shouldn't, but not monsters. You pretty much get the picture. No buffs work on monsters in vanilla. But as I said earlier, only Treebeard affects monster units in vanilla, and even they do not get any universal speed powers at all. As you can see here, vanilla's only speed power does not work on them. But what about Fell Beasts? I'll cover these in more detail later in the AOTR section, but suffice to say they operate more like monsters than heroes, but do not get buffed by even the rare spells all the same.
Stand strong, my bearded friends!
So it's not surprising the rare top tier summons are not affected by them either. I'll cover them in much more detail in the AOTR section as well, but suffice to say, no modifiers other than Treebeard works on any monsters in the vanilla games. But this is almost all radically different in the Age of the Ring mod. As for AOTR, the only universal buffs I've seen to work on monsters at all are ROTWK, Arca, Thorin, and Gothmog of all things. Otherwise, it's really just coming down to faction-centered buffs in AOTR. It's important to know this is not all of the monsters of the game, but rather enough to emphasize what works and does not work on all monsters. Here you can see how the faction-centered monster buffs operate, very specific across the board. So there are a number of these monster buffs in this game. As you can see, there's quite a bit of a wider range of monsters available now in AOTR compared to vanilla. But we'll start with the mummics down here. They're now for ROTWK. You can see here that they get to buff out their damage now, as long as this guy, the Siege Mummic, is around, or excuse me, the War Mummic is nearby others, including the Siege Mummic up there. There you go. Boom. You get the red eyes, too. And then over here, you have the Black Matriarch, which is a level 25 PowerPoint spell summon for the faction. And it also has the capability of buffing out nearby mummics. Boom. And they can walk a bit faster now, especially given they get a speed buff from being in an aggressive stance. Here, for Dol Guldur, there are the giant spiders, and that hero that you see here is Sinethra's sister, I believe. And this is the buff that she gives to spiders here. See those gold halos underneath? For Mordor, you got both trolls, and you can see the gold halo underneath from their hero Moloch buffing them out. There's a little leadership power there. Quite substantial, actually. You'll get to see that a bit later in this video. But ROTWK, their creatures are a little different the way that they're getting buffed. They use this semi-heroic unit, the Neferati Beastmaster, and he has these jungle wargs around him that protect him. But he also gives a buff to certain creatures. See here, just buffs their armor, but he has a arrow ability that if he shoots the enemy near nearby creatures, will get that much damage. So kind of neat. And you can see these guys a little bit closer here. They have the sparkle on them to let you know they are being buffed in their armor. You can see right up above there, right here, the Carian Feeder. The sparkle on that is another flying unit for ROTWK. See the sparkle there a little bit more clearly. But for the Wild faction, or Goblins in Vanilla, Misty Mountains in AOTR, you have Urshak here, who gives a minor buff to specific creatures. gives it to trolls, bats, and giants. Just a 15% speed and vision buff. So not that much. It's nothing hard-hitting or anything. You can see the little gold halo underneath the bat there. Hard to see though. And Bolg is the faction leader for the Misty Mountains faction here, and he is able to buff out giant bats with 50% armor. So again, not that much going on for the Wild faction, but still a little something extra to give them a boost. And that's about it for all the factions that have monsters. Oh, and then of course there's Treebeard, who gets the classic buff. While Huorns are also another new creature in this game. They come from Lothlorien, and you can see here that he has a 50% speed buff for Ents now, instead of a 15% as in vanilla. So actually get going a lot faster now. I'll turn him up on aggressive stance here, I think. Let's see. Yep, there we go. A little bit faster, I'd say. As for the trolls, notice how Moloch buffs all 3 trolls, but the drummer troll does not buff them. We'll take a moment to move Moloch from the equation here, so that way you can a little bit more clearly see this. And you'll also notice that the drummer troll, while not buffing the trolls, he does actually buff just normal units. So I'll have him move up to the Nafarati Beastmaster here in a second here. You'll see that he also buffs out its jungle wargs. But moving amongst the Ents, you'll see that he just doesn't buff any other monsters, period. And I know this wasn't shown for the vanilla section, but this does work actually the same exact way in vanilla. Really, it's just the spiderlings that are affected by any universal buff or debuff, including speed buffs like from Rivendel's Wisdom of the Eldar power or Isengard's Palantir. But the giant spiders are not affected. I'm not too keen on the categorization of spiderlings or giant spiders as unit types, but they may not be officially qualified as a monster type of unit, but I'm not sure. I know that according to the Age of the Ring wiki page, spiderlings are qualified as a swordsman unit type, and the giant spiders are qualified as siege. This gets confusing to me because spiderlings also act as cavalry. Furthermore, certain other monsters like the War Mummic and the Siege Mummic, even though they are clearly siege units, are qualified as monsters on the wiki page. Just some food for thought as to what might be going on with spiderlings. At the end of the day, even if they're not officially qualified as monsters, to me, they'll probably always be monsters. As far as debuffs in monsters, though, the only universal debuff I've seen to work on monsters is Thranduil's. Apart from the red spirit-like units, you can see the red hazy effects on the monsters, indicating a massive debuff is happening. Even the Witch King's debuff does not work on monsters.
They have begun their assault.
And you can see that ROTWK also buffs out the speed of the Misty Mountains Cold Drake. But more incredibly, both Thorin and Gothmog also affect the Cold Drake. What about magic protection? Now, I covered magic protection for other units in a previous appendix video, but intentionally left out monsters. If you recall, both Gandalf and Saruman offer a high percentage of magic protection to nearby units. Let's see what they do for monster units. No sparkle effect indicating magic protection. What about fell beasts and top tier summons? I'll cover these in more detail later, but let's just look at magic protection for now. No effect for them. And top tier summons? As you can see, there is no sparkle effect on any monster unit, as there is with normal units. Magic protection does not work, but let's put it to the test to be sure. These attack trolls will represent all monsters. Same health as not having Gandalf. This just goes to show how the monster unit is a class unto itself. This really just about wraps up what you can do with monsters and modifiers, including speed. However, there are a scant few surprises. Like I said before, both Thorin and Gothmog are able to buff out all monsters' speed and damage and armor. Combine these with the Raven Hero's speed buffs, and monsters become an even more formidable force. Let's first look at the speed stacking. Let's not leave out the fell beasts. You'll see that Gothmog does not work on them. However, ROTWK does, buffs out their speed. And Thorin also can buff out the Nazgul, including the Witch King, in the skies. How cool is that? Now, the fell beasts are kind of in a fuzzy middle ground as to whether they are actually qualified as monsters or as heroes. The thing which makes this uncertain to me, and the AOTR wiki page doesn't really make this much clearer either, is that all three Nazgul heroes' armor sets change when they mount the fell beasts, so that they have weaknesses like a monster unit type, such as arrows, when they are on the fell beasts. Whereas when they're dismounted Nazgul, they are quite strong against arrows. So either they're officially qualified as the monster unit type or the hero unit type. I'm counting them here as monsters. So let's see how fast fell beasts can get when stacking several speed buffs. Like in the appendix video Appendix I, with normal and hero units, we'll take a good look at these monster units here, starting with the default speed. You're in for some surprises later. While it looks like the one is slower by 2 seconds, it's tough to accurately gauge these units due to collision dynamics for the fell beasts, which can sometimes cause them to slow down intermittently. I'm also not completely confident AOTR's fell beasts stopped in the exact same spot as Vanilla's, but you can see they are the same speed otherwise. Now this is as fast as Vanilla's fell beasts get. The only speed buff power in the game, Isengard's Palantir, does not work on. Now let's see a similar speed stack to the one we did with the Gimli in Appendix I. Rivendell's Arwen, Isengard's Ugluk, and Erebor's Thorin and ROTWK. You'll see the Palantir power being used and hear the wisdom of the Eldar power too, but they actually do not work. However, Gondor's Western Winds power does, so let's see this in action. Notice the Fel Beasts get the invisibility. Save 13 seconds with this stack. That is blazing fast speed. Recall that Gimli, who is one of the fastest heroes in the game with his ability, giving him a major speed boost, took about 22 seconds, as covered in Appendix I, as if the Nazgul weren't scary enough. Now let's start to look at how much Fel Beast's damage can get stacked. First, we'll look at their default damage, comparing it with ROTWK's, so you can clearly see in a few moments the impact stacking damage on these things can make in AOTR. So as you can see, there's quite a bit of difference in how much damage the Fel Beasts do from game to game. The meta has been changed a bit, needless to say, to de-emphasize the Fel Beasts in favor of other things, like attack trolls. This keeps the Fel Beasts from being too powerful too quickly, as some could argue in the case in ROTWK. Furthermore, AOTR's version allows for a more progressive sense of escalation as opposed to very sudden. The Fel Beasts of AOTR feel like you're really building up to a devastating end for your enemy. But on a more practical level, AOTR can stack additional damage from the Morgul Spire Fortress upgrade and from Thorin in team games. Allowing the Fel Beasts to do as much damage in AOTR as in vanilla, while still keeping the team game stack would, needless to say, be a bit of overkill. AOTR's Fel Beasts, then, feel less heavy-handed. This may not be to everyone's liking, though. I can respect both sides of the argument. Everyone has their own preferences and styles of play, after all. One last thing I'll say on the subject before moving on to the buff stack. AOTR's Fel Beast / Nazgul heroes feel much more like they do as described in the books, and that the power of the Nazgul increases as more are together. You'll see in a moment how this is reflected quite well on their mechanics. Now let's take a look at how powerfully their damage can stack with Thorin's power and the damage buffs they get from the two sources in the Mordor faction, the Nazgul buff and the Morgul Spire Fortress upgrade. We'll look first at the Mordor buffs, and then we'll see how much Thorin can add. Saves about 3 seconds. Not incredible, but still pretty nice. Now let's add in the two Fel Beast summons Mordor has as a spellbook power. As you can see, they also get the Nazgul buff stack. The 2 summons save you 6 seconds, quite a bit better. Now let's see how much of a difference having Thorin around can make on just the 3 main fell beasts, and we'll even add in a little speed boost from Ugluk for a bonus. Surprisingly, it's the same amount of time as with the 2 Fell Beast summons. As you saw though, their hits don't always register. Not really too sure why this is the case. But what if we had the 2 summons with Thorin and all our speed buffs? Talk about flying like a bat out of hell, geez. Again though, you can see that it gets a bit janky and the hits don't always register. But still, 5 Nazgul at supersonic speeds and triple buffed in damage and armor is a force to be reckoned with. Team play is revolutionized. But I'll throw in 2 more monster subjects to seal the deal on how brutal monsters buffing stacking can get. The first one I'll keep very brief. Did you know you can actually buff out your top tier summons? ROTWK can, as well as certain powers like Western Winds. Now, as with the Fell Beasts, Gothmog does not work on them this time around. And predictably, powers like even Darkness or the Eye of Sauron also do not work on them. Now, while not a buff power, shockingly, the Mouth of Sauron's ability refresh power does work on many of them. But notice that it does not work on Smaug. And other heroes' powers work on them, even Thorin's buff. You can even make creatures like the Balrog invisible with Arwen. How wild is that? And certain speed powers like Western Winds can stack to help maximize your limited time with them. Now, since it's so hard to tell if any of these buffs worked on the Balrog, let's put it to the test. We'll start with its default damage. So 6 strikes to take out a level 3 barracks. Now let's try Gothmog buffing it. So no speed or damage buffs from Gothmog. What about our classic roster of heroes, though? Strikes instead of 6. Thorn's damage buff works, but does it stack with the Balrog's Ignite self buff? Two strikes, they both stack. And yes, these two stack for the Breathe Fire ability as well. While this stack still won't let you one-shot a base, it certainly comes within a hair's width of doing so.
They're attacking over here!
This holds just as true for the Balrog's Whip. Certain heroes you still cannot one-shot even with the full stack.
Will you see the prophecy fulfilled?
Stacking buffs on upper tier summons is such a unique feature of the BFME games, a true game changer even for its limited capacity. Now we come to the final monster subject, attack trolls. I wanted to include these units in part because fell beasts seemed like such a fuzzy gray area between hero and monster, and the upper tier monster summons felt like a gray area as well. But I wanted to demonstrate a unit I know for sure is qualified as a monster unit proper to make it clear what works and does not on all monsters proper in AOTR. Plus, let's just be honest, attack trolls are pretty epic. One of the coolest monster units in the whole game, and one to be feared. We'll look at Mordor's attack trolls, starting with their normal speed. I'll also take this opportunity to compare it with Vanilla's attack troll default speed, since there wasn't any need to show Vanilla's speed earlier. As shown earlier, AOTR's monsters do get a minor speed buff from the aggressive stance in addition to their damage armor buffs. Now let's see the full speed stack of the aggressive stance, ROTWK, Thorin, and Gothmog. How would you like to see an army of these guys blazing down the road at you? And all it takes is Mordor teaming up with the Reign of Oakenshield version of Erebor. Now let's see the last stack, the damage and armor. First we'll look at 7 attack trolls without any buffs of any kind. Three strikes to take out a fortress. Pretty good considering Vanilla's attack trolls take 4. Now we'll use their faction-specific monster buff, Moloch. I'll also use the aggressive stance to stack additional damage. Let's watch now. Down in 2 strikes. Now the big damage and armor stack of the aggressive stance, Moloch, Thorin, and Gothmog. And I'll even throw in ROTWK one more time to speed things up that much more. Can't do that in Vanilla. 1 strike after getting there at lightning speed. Truly intimidating. But what about in an actual fight? Just how powerful can such a modifier stack really be? To find out, let's first take a look at Vanilla's attack trolls in action on the battlefield. I'll use 7 of them again, and put them up against 4 of the most formidable pikemen in the game, Gondor's Tower Guards. They will be fully upgraded. In either the vanilla games or AOTR, attack trolls are some of the toughest monsters in the game to counter with really any unit except heroes because of their powerful knockback and splash damage, especially when en masse. But pikes are one of the best counters to them if you don't have enough heroes. And these are tier 2 pikemen, not heroic units as they are in AOTR. So let's see how some of the best fare. As you can see, the battle was on a razor-thin wire. I could test this over and over and have a slim win on either side. One of the many beauties of the battle system of the BFME games. Now let's see how the attack trolls fare in AOTR. They'll be up against Tier 2 Spearmen of Gondor again, but there isn't quite a one-for-one comparison between the two units. The AOTR Tier 2 Spearmen are not Tower Guards, which makes a big difference. AOTR's Tower Guards have been transferred to Heroic Unit status, being renamed as the Fountain Guards, and are naturally far more formidable than their vanilla counterparts and limited in number on the battlefield, so cannot be used in this battle. The closest I think I can get to an even comparison between the two units is the Tier 2 Spears, and like in vanilla, they will be fully upgraded. You'll see that both Thorin and Gothmog will dutifully remain on the sidelines to watch over their troops. Their buffs will not be used in this demonstration. Let's see how those trolls do now. Major difference between the two games. As you can see, it's important up front to know how much more effective AOTR's attack trolls are than in vanilla in a fight against the units best able to counter them, and it's appropriate there is a major improvement on the trolls in AOTR. They are a good deal harder to get than in vanilla, requiring Gothmog to have been recruited first, on top of requiring a level 3 troll cage. And to get Gothmog, he in turn requires you to get the Morgul sorcery upgrade. Quite a bit you have to go through in order to get the trolls in AOTR. And the AOTR attack trolls are more expensive than in vanilla. Compare this to vanilla in ROTWK. No unlocks for the attack trolls except having a level 3 troll cage, and the cost for the attack trolls is somewhat cheaper. And here's the costs for the Morgul sorcery upgrade and Gothmog just for kicks. So they better be more powerful than in vanilla, and we saw this in their damage against the fortress too, requiring only 3 strikes instead of 4 to break it down. Alright, now that we have their differences established, let's up the ante a bit. Let's increase the number of spearmen to 7, 1 for each troll. As before, they'll all be fully upgraded. Let's watch. So even 7 of these guys can't really do it. 3 trolls taken down this time is a little bit better, but we want to know what would take them all down. Other than heroes, of course. There is something very subtle, though, that helps against the trolls. Fear resistance. If you noticed in either AOTR battle with the spearmen, the soldiers were backing up in fear even all the way to when the trolls started slamming into them. This makes their ability to fight much less effective, needless to say, whereas in vanilla, the tower guards had a fear effect, but it didn't last nearly as long. It's almost gone immediately, actually. So what we need in AOTR is a hero to nullify that fear effect. I would say Gandalf the White will suffice. He offers fear protection along with magic and elemental damage protection, though the latter two are irrelevant here. He also provides a significant boost to experience gain for our troops, which we covered in a previous appendix video, but that also plays little to no part in this demonstration. But how much difference can just the fear protection really make in a situation like this when up against this many trolls? Well, let's find out. Now it's the same result as in vanilla with the 4 tower guards. Pretty incredible how much of a difference there is between the two games' attack trolls and what it takes to stop them if you don't have enough heroes around. It's also impressive how much of a difference fear protection alone can make against such adversity. It's essentially a tie now. So now that we've seen what it takes to stop these beasts from hell at the minimum victory level, let's see how much of a difference having the trolls buffed by all 3 buffs possible can make. So they'll be buffed by Moloch, Thorin, and Gothmog for an ultimate 2-player team-up. Let's see the chaos ensue.
Let's claim what's rightfully ours.
Can't do that in vanilla. Fear protection alone isn't enough anymore. All 7 trolls survived with all 3 buffs. Now what would it take in terms of modifiers, not the raw power of heroes, to take out this army of trolls? Well, let's try Boromir's leadership. He offers a sizable leadership buff to the armor and damage of the spearmen. Let's see how far they get.
It is the king's jewel. I am ready.
Only 1 troll down, so a little better, but we want them all to be annihilated. So what's it gonna take? Well, Boromir has a great ability called Forgondor. Let's see how this does. Lot better, but still not all destroyed. What kind of buffs would it take to defeat this stack with your non-hero and non-heroic units? Let's try including Elisar, the king himself. He has a powerful leadership. Somehow, 3 trolls instead of 2 as last time managed to survive with Elisar's leadership in the mix, so no amount of buffs seem to be doing it. Let's try one more idea then. We'll look at another underrated ability of Gandalf's, Rekindled Hearts. It's a multi-purpose ability that can pack quite a punch against Mordor's ability to stack debuffs, as was covered in Part 6 of the main series. But it also has the bonus of granting knockback resistance to nearby troops, which will keep these guys from being knocked down on their backs, making them much more vulnerable. This keeps your troops in attack position even while being slammed by the trolls' giant clubs, letting them continuously attack their targets. Let's see how they do one more time. Finally, we get at least a Pyrrhic victory over these brutes. Less than a whole battalion of spearmen survived, but it's something. Now, of course, this is just to demonstrate, really, the power of the buff stack and not have a full-blown battle with the heroes, where the heroes allowed to fight. It would have been a vastly different story for both sides and can go any which way. But if you do not have your heroes and heroic units around this kind of stack, as you can see, you can pretty much count on being wasted in a hurry. Great power out of just 2 teammates without even really that much coordination will spell certain doom for their enemies. And you get the gist at this point as to how much more you'd need to land a much more full victory and rob such a player of his stack. It'd take just a simple buff or 2 more like Gondor's Captain's Horn or Garden of Ithilien powers to go the distance at this point. A bit of coordination and good timing and the Gondor player would win this battle. But it does take quite a bit of effort in terms of having to have just the right stuff at just the right time to win the day. As you can see, monster buff stacking while limited in AOTR is nevertheless incredibly powerful. I hope your next team up with Mordor and Erebor, whether you do just 2 players or more, will be some of the fastest wins yet.